Show me what you got. Back down, up, back down, back up. 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 Back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. Got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the
guys, and welcome back to the VCT Game Changers APAC Series 2023. We've had a long week of games so far, but before we get into that, guys, I'm your host, Jenny Reirachu. With me once again on the panel is the lovely as ever Zach. How we feeling? We know it's a bit early where you are over in Spain right now.
Yeah, the sun is starting to come up, so I think it's going pretty well. But like you mentioned, we're heading into the last couple of days of Game Changers, and we are almost there. Jenny just about to crown our representative for APAC at that Game Changer Championship in Sao Paulo this year, and we only have 3 games left to go before we do that. 2 today and 1 tomorrow. But that said, I think that this elite, it's been a really huge roller coaster. Some of the games that we've had, the comebacks that we've seen, it's been insane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we thought, we started out day 1 and 2 with like mostly 2-0s here and there. And we were like, oh, is this gonna kind of be like, the historic matchups that we've seen throughout the year? But I think a couple of these teams, especially SCYTHE, that we're going to see first, have really just shown up so strong this time around in Elite. We are going to take a look, though, at the tournament format that the teams have all had to go through to make it to this point.
Yeah, I think that if you do take a look at this year's roadmap, it's been a long haul for us to really make it here. We started off with the Opens, where 6 teams did qualify for Elite through circuit points. And then after that, I think LCQ, all of us were there. 2 more teams had a chance to make it to that final tournament of the year. And now we're in stage 3, Elite. And of the 8 teams that have made it through here after a long year of going through those qualifiers, Opens, LCQs, and the like, we finally are almost there where we do crown that representative for APAC, whoever wins Elite.
Oh yeah, I mean, that happens tomorrow. I can't believe we've only got 3 series left. We are down to our top 4 teams left in the competition, left in this year. So the 8 qualified teams through to Elite this time around, they're pretty familiar. We unfortunately had to say goodbye to a couple more yesterday, but top 8 teams: Nyx Kyosei, MLT, Global Esports Phoenix, SCYTHE, RRQ, FULLSENSE, Sapphire, Team SMG, as well as Orangutan X. And wow, it's been such a long journey for these 8 squads. We started way back in March, earlier in the year, played 3 Opens, played last chance qualifiers, and today, for Elite, it's kind of the first tournament this year where the teams don't need to go through that Swiss bracket. So it's a week-long competition, and they start off strong straight onto the broadcast is double elimination. So especially for SCYTHE, had a long fight to make it back up through the lower bracket, but this is what the teams are playing for, that $35,000 prize pool. And first place, 12,000 USD to first place, but also as long as you've made it to Elite, you get at least 1,000 US dollars. It's a pretty hefty chunk of change. And Elite, the stakes are higher. You've got that ticket to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Global Game Changers Championships on the line as well, but also, that prize money, that could fund you for a little while. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that it's always nice to have that extra chunk of change in your pocket for sure, but like you mentioned, there's something for everybody. That said, we're in our top 4 right now, and only one will be taking that coveted ticket to Game Changers Championship. By the way, who decided that APAC gets only 1 slot? Please give us more, because I think that after the action that we've seen both in this tournament and throughout this year, I gotta say, it's heartbreaking that only 1 team will get to go. Looking at this bracket right now, a little bit of a reminder, SMG, they are 33-0, I believe, when it comes to wins and losses this year. Nobody has taken them down quite yet, and it's a trademark in this tournament as well, because they haven't even dropped a map yet.
Yeah, absolutely wild. Coming into Elite, they had like 100% win rate on a whole bunch of different maps. I love how day 1, Nyx Kyosei were like, okay, what map does SMG not have 100% win rate on? We're gonna play Sunset. But no, not even whipping out the new map could stop these girls are straight through to tomorrow's final. And today's that, you know, penultimate day where we figure out which of the remaining 3 teams will make it into tomorrow's final best of 5 series. SCYTHE with their 2-1 over G Phoenix in their first round of the lower bracket, and then with their 2-1 versus Orang Utan X yesterday, just cementing themselves as the top 4 in this round of Elite. So there's the schedule for today. We've got RRQ going up against SCYTHE and WJ in our first best of 3 series, and then the winner of that match immediately plays FULLSENSE Sapphire right after that. And whoever makes it through to the end of today, like, they for sure like will be worthy to be called like the lower bracket queens.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know, you talked about SCYTHE being able to win against GE as well as Orangutan. You know, we say win pretty easily, but those games, they went down to the wire. SCYTHE was making those unprecedented comebacks, taking it all the way to overtime against Global Esports to win it. And the same against Orangutan. Even though I don't think it went to OT yesterday, it still came down to the wire, and it was an insane comeback that we saw to come out of SCYTHE to bring them to that top 4 that we talked about right now. But from today, no more mistakes, no more second chances. It is lower bracket day, and whoever does come out the winner at the end of today, they will be locking in that spot in the grand finals against SMG tomorrow. And whoever wins that, they're going to be heading off to Sao Paulo at the end of the month, or well, end of next month. Yeah, it's Game Changers Championship. It's the end of November, so definitely a lot to fight for here. And I think especially today in the lower bracket, all of these teams, they've definitely proven themselves to be fighters. We've had insane comebacks. We've had like these really cool stories to come out of the individual players themselves, and it all comes to an end this weekend because we can only have one left standing.
Yeah, just one left standing. And like you said this just now, right? I think every year at this time of the year, it's when all of us here in Pacific, here in APAC, we're like, why does Pacific only get 1 slot to Game Changers? I mean, you know, maybe next year we'll get 2 slots. We'll see. It's the like, you know, go sign some petition online. We gotta make it happen. We gotta send 2 of our teams, you know, to the Global Game Changers Championships. But guys, we got the new video intro for RRQ coming right up. RRQ Kaguya, the squad that needs no further introduction on your screens right now. Aluka, Ayumi, Best Iceberg, as well as Nabsky. And this squad, I mean, we've seen them every single Open this year. They always have some pretty dang good performances. 3rd in Open 1, ended 5th, 6th, a bit unfortunate in Open 2, but then came back strong in Open 3 to end 2nd place, finally getting the better of FULLSENSE Sapphire at the end of Open 3, except until a few days ago when we saw them drop that series again. So here they are back in the lower bracket, and I think the big question is, you know, because we've always we've seen their matchup versus FULLSENSE Sapphire, and throughout the year it was like they met like 6-7 times so far in a Game Changers APAC, and we are wondering, right, coming into Elite, will they be able to stand up against FULLSENSE Sapphire once more? Because in order to win Elite, they need to beat SMG. Before that, they need to beat FULLSENSE Sapphire, and this time around, they're back in the lower bracket. They've got to get through SCYTHE.
Indeed, there's a lot on the line here. Like you said, tournament life here that is at stake for these teams. And I think that when you talk about RRQ in particular, where the core was regarded widely as arguably the best roster that APAC has seen over 2021 and 2022. And they were the favorite last year as well to make it to that Game Changers Championship, but it was Sapphire who caused that upset in the grand final to take over that slot. And now this year as well, it's been a big push and pull between these two teams here. But before we talk more about this particular match, I think that we do have a lovely video coming up for the Sapphire squad next. All right, well, it's not Sapphire, it's SCYTHE. That is my bad. But look, I got super excited after you talked about Sapphire there, so I got a little bit confused. But it is SCYTHE on your screen right now, and we've been talking about the tenacity of this team, the way they've just been coming up, punching from that lower bracket since they dropped down. And I think that this team, it definitely has the potential to be one of the more scary comeback rosters. We've seen individual heroics to come out, whether it's Oriophilia, Lin, who's a player that I've been watching out throughout this elite run, and of course Yamori on that duelist role. I really like the flexibility that this team has.
Ooh, absolutely. And we did see Marche in the introduction for the squad. They were running like more a 5-6% roster earlier on, but Lin, I think, is the standout star so far of Elite. Just, kind of coming in for Marche in that role, and she has been so clutch this entire week. I think really helping to stamp SCYTHE into that top 4 position. There's just so many rounds, so many comebacks in these series that were only really possible because Lin was such a star. She is also their Sentinel player. The fact that you're coming up clutch as that Sentinel is just absolutely mind-blowing. She does play that KJ. We know you love the KJ. Tayrawr also has a bit of a soft spot for that agent, so it's always good to see. I mean, sometimes she just goes crazy, gets those multi-kills, so definitely I think the player to watch out for if the SCYTHE want to have a convincing series versus RRQ Kaguya, because just to remind y'all, SCYTHE is in the lower bracket because they got 2-0'd by RRQ in their very first round of Elite just on Tuesday. So it's been a long journey for SCYTHE because they got 2-0'd by RRQ, then they had to 2-1 GE, they had to 2-1 Orangutan XE yesterday. Today they've got the RRQ rematch, and they've been pretty much playing almost every single day. I'm just not sure if they have anything new left to pull out versus RRQ.
SCYTHE to make it through. I think, like you mentioned, one of the first games that we did see in Elite, it saw the team going down 0-2, but they were both close games, 13-10 and 13-10, if I'm not wrong. So I think that SCYTHE definitely has the potential to come back stronger from that loss. They have demonstrated the resilience that we were talking about in that lower bracket so far, and I think that for SCYTHE, it's going to be pretty important to just stick to their fundamentals, because I think that's where RRQ kind of shown over them in that previous matchup. I think that RRQ, they had not just the individual plays that SCYTHE showcases so often, but also just demonstrated better defaults and stuff like that. They were able to just run through like so many of those executes that Kaguya had in play. It seemed like they were just super practiced and there was no way for SCYTHE to really break through it. But now that they had a taste of how this gameplay has gone in Elite itself, hopefully this will be what they need to kind of overcome the curse, because RRQ and SCYTHE, they faced off several times in the past, and so far it's always been RRQ to come out on top. So SCYTHE, this is the one for all the money. If they can beat RRQ here for the first time, it will get them at least a 3rd place finish in Elite, and I think that's got to be really their goals here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've already, with this Elite performance, matched their absolute best performance this entire year. I think for SCYTHE, Open 1, they ended 4th place. Open 2, a bit disappointing, did make playoffs, but ended 7th, 8th, and then the last Open 3 that we saw them, they were 5th and 6th. So this time around, they're at least 4th place. They're already, at peak performance for this squad, but every time we see them, they've only been getting just that much better. So if there is a time for them to, bankai. Is that what the kids are saying? I don't know what new Zoomer word. I feel like my age is showing based off of my taste in anime. But they're leveling up. Yeah, if there were a good time for that to happen, it would be right now.
Don't worry, I completely got the reference and it makes me feel very dated as well between you and me. But that said, I think that definitely they're gonna need all the anime power-ups and storylines that they can take, because they're definitely living in a fairy tale right now, at least for SCYTHE's side. They have the unprecedented 4th place already locked in, possible 3rd, 2nd. It's only higher that they can go from here, really. And we've talked a lot about their potential on the roster, but this is where they really have to come out and make it shine, because they're up against RRQ. I think that they're a team that really, like we talked about, they're a team that's been around. I think the core did win Elite in 2021 as well, narrowly missing out on 2022's victory. So I think that definitely it's a roster that has a lot of stories that they want to showcase as well. But before we head right into the game, I think we are going to be taking a little bit of a break because I think everyone needs a break after the hype that we've given them. So see you soon.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up Show me what you got. what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. Got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down, up, back, back, got down, up, back, back, up, got down.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Hey, it's Raph!
Yes. No, it's Zach. I'm Zach.
It's
I'm
I
Zach.
thought you were Taylor, you know, to be honest with you.
That's also true. I'm honestly everywhere apparently, but you know, now we're gonna be focusing up here. I think there's a little bit of explaining we have to do for everybody, but you know, hopefully everybody's excited for the games.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of explanation over in the chat as well. But guys, the official explanation is here for the delay. Very unfortunately, we do have a player issue from the side of SCYTHE and WJ that they're unfortunately not able to fix it at this point in time just yet. So SCYTHE and WJ are going to be forfeiting their map number 1. So the score as of right now in Series 1 is going to be 1-0 to RQ Kaguya. But, you know, they're still trying to get it fixed, and we should see that map number 2.
Definitely. I mean, you know, as much as everybody hoped for a full competitive series, sometimes things happen, and I guess it's some of it is just really out of the control for everybody, really. But we digress. You know, everybody wanted to see a very, very competitive series, but unfortunately, we will have to give the first map away for years. I think Jenny already explained it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you gotta feel for these girls, right? Because they're not gonna be able to play that map number 1. And just to refresh everyone's minds, after that break, that map 1 would have been played on Bind, which was SCYTHE and WJ's pick as well. Because they're not gonna be able to play map 1, we will start the next map on Sunset, which was our RQ's pick. But guys, we'll get more into that later on. We are going to go for a break before we come back with that map number 2.
money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang,
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God, down, up, back, back, God, down, up, back, back, up, God.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the
Welcome back, guys, to series number 1 of day 6 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Elite between RQ Kaguya and SCYTHE NWJ. If y'all are, just joining us and wondering a bit about the scoreline, we did, have an explanation earlier on, but just to recap for you guys, very unfortunately, SCYTHE NWJ are experiencing a player issue on their end, so they did have to forfeit that map number 1. So the score, as it stands right now in this best of 3, is 1-0 over to RQ Kaguya, and SCYTHE, weren't able to play bind their map pick, but now we've got Sunset coming in for map 2.
Oh, I mean, we've had our fair share of Sunset, and this was all thanks to SCYTHE. I believe they're the only team that's picked it so far, and hopefully going into the rest of the series, this isn't going to affect any sort of momentum or anything of that nature. But going into Sunset again, talking about SCYTHE, and at least from what we've seen, their timing is really good on this map, and it's been something that they've been decently comfortable with. Win rate on it, though, I wouldn't say it's the absolute best, especially for the map itself, considering they did kind of run into SMG on the first day.
Yeah, RRQ have whipped out Sunset. I think they kind of, kept it in their back pocket, but we have seen them play Sunset recently. They've played it twice so far in Elite, and they have that 100% win rate on it, although it is only 2 games. I think they played it once versus Nyx Kyosei, and then another time versus Sapphire. It was that 1 map win that they got in their series versus FS Sapphire. So a bit unexpected. I don't think we were expecting RQ Kaguya to whip out the Sunset this time for Elite. So, that being said, I am pretty worried for SCYTHE NWJ because they lose Bind, which was their map pick, and they're going to have to play versus RQ on Sunset, which RQ have shown that they've prepped for coming into this week. I think both times the RQ have played on this map, they have gone for the same agent composition. It was the Breach, Fade, Killjoy, Omen, as well as Ray. So yep, it's going to be the exact same composition that they're going to go for, though. SCYTHE, I don't know how much they've prepped for Sunset, and you just gotta feel for these girls, right? You go through the issues having to forfeit with this map 1, and then you drop your map pick, and then you have to play Kaguya on their map pick. I don't know how much they've prepped for this, but we will see. They are playing the Reina as well as Sky and Cypher this time around. What do we think?
Was it not SCYTHE that played Harbor on this on Sunset, or is my memory betraying me yet again? But
that was a different team. Yeah, that was Nyx, I think.
see.
Yeah, SCYTHE hasn't played Sunset yet on Elite.
For some reason, everything's been a little jumbled. But
it's
that
the
being
internet,
said,
man.
it could be. I mean,
For
it
all
could
of
be.
us. I mean, they're down 0-1. This is their absolute must-win on map number 2. What do we think, really quick, before we hand it to the casters? How do you think this map will go? What are your predictions for the series, Raph?
Well, going into this, looking just at the agent composition RQ, it looks like they're already ready to take the fight with a lot more confirmed information, going with double Ini. Whereas SCYTHE looks like they want to kind of strong arm things with double Duelist. Although I don't think double Duelist has had the best track record so far for the last few days.
Whew. Well, we're going to find out if SCYTHE can win this all-important map number 2. Guys, we've got your casters for today. It's going to be Tayrawr and Zahk. Ladies, take it away.
Thank you so much yet again to Reirachu for that wonderful panel as well. And Zach, it's nice to see you. Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, totally, man. Big surprise, I came here and they were like, yeah, you're gonna be casting today. No, I'm kidding. But we've been waiting for this weekend for a long time. It is Isaac, joined by the wonderful wonderful Tayrawr to be bringing you the action. Like our panel did mention, this is map number 2 that we're going to be jumping right into. Because of some technical difficulties for the side of SCYTHE, they have opted to forfeit that map 1, which is really unfortunate. But hey, they still do have a chance here. It starts with them being able to pick up the victory on this map number 2 Sunset, which we haven't seen them play yet. And looking at the agent composition, I'm really excited to see what these girls have been cooking up, because it's not often that you see that double duelists along really like jump into this particular map, especially the Reina pick.
Yeah, hopefully they've warmed up, and technically we're on our second game right here, but the first played game right now for this series. And like the panel mentioned a while ago, a very important series for RRQ and NWJ alike, as this is one step towards that victory, and FULLSENSE is waiting for one team to go up against before we know who's going to be playing against SMG. Really exciting times that we have right here. Really exciting map as well. We've been seeing a lot of Sunset when it comes to Game Changers Elite, and I'm happy to actually see those.
Me too. I think that we started casting on this very map on day number 1 between SMG
True.
and Kyosai, as our panel did bring it up. So it's happy. I'm pretty happy to see that more teams are willing to take control of the map right now. But talking about control, it's just SCYTHE pushing up mid early on. They are not able to find any confrontations because of how RRQ are playing the passive game. But now that they've done that, switching to more of pressure towards the B site instead. Trailblazer comes out early on, clears out the space, but the spike itself, it needs to kind of be picked up. I feel like they finally just remembered, hey guys, we need to get the spike if we want to plant it.
They do want to take up space around the map here, and mid control so far for NWJ, but it seems like RRQ not giving any intel at all, not giving any information at all. And I know this turret is already set up for them to make, or rather to wait for that contact. This is the paranoia settling in. There's an alarm bot right in front of Aureophilia right here. A little bit of a delay because of that as well. And from the left side, there's going to be a Yubi holding down everything for the side of RRQ. 1-to-1 trade so far, very low in HP. That's going to be a Mori and Sky Elise to go down. A 4v2 situation that we have right here, Zach. But then again, Aluka goes down and Napski to settle the deal. RRQ takes the first point.
I really like that aggressive hold that RRQ had towards that side, because you can see how forward both Ayumi as well as, I believe it was Iceberg, were playing. Not just the alarm bot, but also just the fact that they had so much space and information up front here. And of course, it was just really good utility to come out of the initiators as well. Ayumi using the dark cover as well as the concussion to just peek out of the smoke, find that first kill, and then get another couple, really setting up RRQ for a great win. And now in the anti-eco, they're going to have more than enough money to completely upgrade, it seems like. 3 Spectres and 2 Bulldogs. They're not really holding back here. And RRQ, Bess is going to be the one to try and take up space towards main. The one way really letting her push the envelope on this. But it's going to be Crescents to find a kill towards mid. A quick trade, 1-for-1.
Aluka caught off guard right there. I think they're going to be able to have that space to pick up a Bulldog here anytime soon. But other than that, it's still a 4v4 situation with no money, with no other utility, or rather guns that we have right here for NWJ. It's going to be a difficult take. Paranoia settling in, connects to Crescents, but so far it's just them taking space onto market. They want to clear out the side here as Snapsky receives the pain shell right to the face, and Yamori really good on that utility kill.
One enemy remains.
No, though, it's best to have main control, and between her and Ayumi, they crunch in on whatever remains of NWJ, not even allowing them to get that spike plant through. And RRQ, they convert that anti-eco. Sure sight, they find their picks, they take out 2 guns, which makes his bonus look a little bit less easy for RRQ's side. And for SCYTHE itself, they're going to be finally having that full purchase to come in. Rifles across the board along with that heavy armor. No ultimates available quite yet for the roster, but for Kaguya side as well, they're only 2 off of a showstopper, which might come into play. I think that RRQ in particular, they've been pretty good about converting these kind of bonus rounds. We've been seeing quite a few of those kind of plays come out from them in the beginning of the event so far. But this time around, I think SCYTHE, with the double duels that they're rocking, they're opting for this pretty straightforward hit towards B.
Zahk already trying to set
Stealing
up
sight.
the aftershock and maybe the flashes, but that's gonna be the first pick-off that they're trying to look for, and it's towards best. There's not gonna be any smoker anymore for the side of RRQ to delay this any further. Aftershock been thrown, and this is again RRQ playing for the retake and trying to crunch in onto NWJ. We have seen this since a while ago, and I think that dog actually capped one, and that's gonna be Amori to settle the kill and a Yumi to get that trade. 4v2 situation as they take in on the side itself. They take one more pick, but that's more than enough for NWJ to really take on control, really play for that contact, and really get that first point that they truly need.
I like this round coming out of NWJ. Like, of course, they get that first pick, but immediately after, they cut noise for a little bit towards main, and then re-aggress, which kind of takes RRQ back a little bit. You can see that they weren't super ready for the push to come in, and after that, NWJ, they're happy to capitalize on the better weaponry that they have for that round. And for RRQ itself, it was a decent bonus. Sure, they weren't able to really deny the victory for SCYTHE, but they do take out 2 of those guns, which you can see reflected in their economic situation as well. Both Yamori as well as Lin forced to play with the Bulldogs, and again, it's best towards this B main area who has just been playing spoil sport, takes so much control early on and finds a pick to boot.
They take away Crescents here as well, so there's not gonna be a dog at least for the Sky and even a flash, and removing that eliminates at least that initiating power coming in from NWJ's side. There's no healing capability here for RRQ's side as well, so Bess needs to deal with this 5 HP that she has. She can still set up for Ayumi though, just in case, as they still have that paranoia available. But Ayumi, she knows there's gonna be someone that's gonna be the paranoia to push them out. And this one-way smokes that we're looking at, Zach, really huge in the part of RRQ and really delaying.
Yeah, I think they've definitely done a good job of buying time. But now that the clock has run down, it's going to be the push in through mid that's coming. Ayumi ready with a showstopper. Beautiful concussion to catch them and separate them out here. Oh, it's going to be just a 1-for-1 trade. Yamori, in fact, finds another before being shut down. That brings down
30 seconds
to a
left.
2v2. Nero's up to come out now for the
player
NWJ
standing.
side. And oh no, Navsky's shot goes wide, and that will be NWJ to get their numbers up as well as get that spike down. It's all up to Iceberg now. A 1v2 to try and clutch out. Position gonna be expected since that Nero one did go
enemy
out,
remaining.
but she still finds the 1v1 here, and now it's just her versus Lin. Sentinel versus Sentinel. Iceberg comes out on top though, and that's gonna be RRQ to get their third.
A really nice isolating fight coming in here from Iceberg to make that retake happen here as well, Zach. And the thing is, for RRQ, we saw Navsky have a hard time hit those shots in that specific angle. Well, it is actually very hard. You have to get that headshot angle perfectly aligned with your crosshair as well to really secure those kills. But this showstopper to the face really created a lot more of a space towards the side of RRQ, especially for Iceberg to roam around and even play around the smoke that they've set up here. And so far, for this first half that we're looking at, especially from RRQ and NWJ's side, it's more of a talking stage. It's more of trying to internalize how your other team or how your opponents are playing around the map and having those micro adjustments set up.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that when it comes down to those adjustments though, RRQ, they've been much quicker to adapt compared to a lot of the teams that we've seen. And for SCYTHE themselves, they have been struggling a little bit in that regard. It usually takes them that second or third map to come alive, and sure, they've been able to do that in the past, but with the score being as it is, with them already being one map down, they're gonna have to do their best to wake up a little bit faster. For this round, they don't really have the money to work with, but they do have that showstopper in Yamori's pocket. Once again, you can see them taking mid control and space early on, and RRQ, the adjustments that you talked about, right? It's just that they're opting to play towards that site instead. A side completely in the grasp of the Killjoy, and with that being the case, they're able to just rotate over towards the side where Ayumi, once again, with the off angle, able to find that opening kill. Looking for a little bit more here, satcheling in. 3 kills already on the
One
round before
enemy
she's
remaining.
finally taken out, and the immediate trade to come through from Bess as well. It's just Oriophilia
30
versus
seconds
the
left.
world. Has the Vandal at the very least, but no information really aside from the fact that Bess is on site.
The setups coming in from RRQ here really does kill a lot of time. and it really kills a lot of space for NWJ's side, honestly, as well. It seems like they want to take a side here, but again, a Paranoia will try to catch them. A stun maybe from Aluka will try to pinch them out as well. And alongside the Ayumi, who plays around those setups that the two players, Aluka and Bess, has been setting up for her, it just makes it easier for her to take on those double kills and those initiating fights, especially with that kind of scenario. And this is now a clean 4-1 so far from the side of RRQ. But despite that, that was still like a half buy, a semi buy coming in from NWJ's side. Now this is gonna be that full buy that they're looking for, and they need, or they really would want this round, but that's gonna be the push! The disrespect through the smoke from Ayumi, and even Navsky now with a triple kill, trying to hunt down the rest of the players here, and Aureophilia though will be able to catch one at least, making this a 2v2.
Off the back of that, they have control of the A side now that they've shut down Iceberg. No more Killjoy to worry about here, and they will be able to at least get that spike down. Yamorti's still with the showstopper in their pocket as well, so that's some utility that's going to be super useful in that post-plant 2v2 situation. It's going to be RRQ on the retake here as they try to take up space. Nightball to come out of Napsky to make sure that nobody's going to be playing up on site. The Prowlers clear out the corners as well, so now at least with the boombot coming in, it's gonna be best to know where the player is, but it's a crossfire, or you're really have to swing out in time, finds that first kill. It's all down to Napsky right now, hit by the Paranoia to boot, has to isolate this fight, guard cover. There's just so much against her in this case, and even though the showstopper from Yomori comes out, it's not gonna be necessary. Aureophilia with 3 to get a sight their second round, and it was just Aureophilia all the way.
You really see how important is this round for them to really take. You see them in the 2v1 scenario pulling up a showstopper just to secure and make sure that the round actually goes towards their team. And it is badly needed, as if they want to make that 4-4, maybe like make things a little bit easier and even for the time being for their side. They have to do what they have to do and win that round. Now we are on to a 4-2. They used up the showstopper here, but they still do have that Seekers advantage that they could definitely use. But so far, Crescents has been the one that always gets caught off guard by the people or by the players of RRQ. And speaking of off guard, that's gonna be yet another push on B main from Ayumi and Bess.
This time though, it's gonna be Sight to come out, even numbers here, instead of just falling to Bess. Ayumi at least able to pick up a refrag, but still, with Lin going down, that's just more pressure on the side because they don't really have anyone to watch for that flank. Seekers to come out now from the attack to smoke out the positions of wherever these remaining players are positioned here. Aureophilia not gonna expect Iceberg though to be so ahead. Now it's gonna be spike position in favor of both Natsuki as well as Iceberg. They're playing together here, trying to take the duels 2-1. Just 2 players left right now. Skyly's able to find that first one. A second possibly to come through, but instead it's just going to be Iceberg. It's gonna be Skyly's versus the world here. Reina does have her ultimate pop to boot, so the Empress might make this fight a little bit easier.
30
Still
seconds
though,
left.
Skyly, she has so much work to do here. 30 seconds left on the clock. All 3 players are lying in wait for her. She has possession of the spike at the very least, but no safe way to plant it. She tries to go in the open to find another pick, but Napsky will shut her down, and that's another round for RRQ. This time, the pincer on the spike, just too much for Sight to deal with.
And speaking of that, pincer on to the spike as well. This is the beauty of having a Reina, right? You can just dismiss and really try to push out when it comes to those eliminating kills and really repositioning yourself quite easily. But then again, they do have one player hop out to try and get the trade, a bait and switch perhaps for NWJ's side that didn't work out in their favor. Despite having the Empress up and online, there's just not enough space for the 3 players of RRQ. We're just waiting for that plan to happen with the 20 seconds remaining. Anyhow, this is already a brand new round. Again, on an eco buy here is NWJ, Zach.
Yeah, once again, not much to work with. Pistols across the board for them. They do have the neural deft if they're able to find a couple of picks to decide what they want to do afterwards. But for now, at least, it's just the patience game coming out from them again. RRQ, they've been pretty aggressive in these last few rounds, and we've seen that to come out of them. Now, it's gonna be this a site where there is still kind of a heavy stack here. They have a read, at least initially, that NWJ were gonna approach this site, but now you can see NWJ considering the rotate here, be looking a little bit more empty. They can't know for sure, of course, like we do, since we have the cam, the X-ray vision, but it's just best on that site. And if they do decide to go towards B, it might have been a little bit easier, but instead they're gonna look to cut noise and maybe just go towards the opposite side instead. And while the ultimate does come in, it's gonna be enough of a ploy to get the rotation, at least initially.
30 seconds left.
Almost all the rotation that we have right here from RRQ's side. Iceberg, she do have that traps as well set. She knows there's going to be multiple people. The rotations pulls in from the side of RQ as well. But this is Sky Elise trying to go in onto the side. Perfect paranoia connects to the killjoy. But Iceberg still on that ice cold shot coming in from her. The double kill settles in from NWJ's side. This opens up the side for the plan to happen in a 4v3 scenario. I think that's a well-sold fake from the Cypher, especially that ult from Best didn't really see enough players, or none at all actually, before shut down.
Yeah, really nice strategy there from NWJ. They make the noise, cut it, and the Omen ult, of course, from Best catches out a player, which immediately causes RRQ to rotate. A little bit of a mistake there. You can see the space taken by the NWJ squad off the back of it. Also, the execute onto site was super clean. Like, the fact that they were able to just walk up, hold a choke, as well as paranoia their way onto site to find that kill onto Iceberg there. Sure, Iceberg was at least able to find down that first, but aside from that, I think that was a round that completely demonstrated Site's mastery of how to hold space there. That said, though, I think for RRQ, it's finally going to be a timeout to come in. Economy a little bit on the back foot here. We might see a half buy coming out of them. And while they do have that lockdown, there's that Rolling Thunder as well, it's been a little awkward for them in a couple of these fights. And I think this timeout will do a good job of just serving to remind them how exactly they can play this map better, because like our panel mentioned, this is a map that they've played twice before with a flawless record, 100% win rate, and if they can continue to maintain that going forward, it will give them a little bit more time before that second series for the day starts off, if RRQ can close it here and now.
We do see RRQ needing to polish a little bit of those plays, but nevertheless, they do still have that 2-round advantage against NWJ. But so far, it seems like NWJ also has that better understanding on how they play out on the traps. They go right in front of that crosshair from Yomori setup, and this is gonna be that double kill they're looking for. Maybe an aggression towards the site itself, since the players are now eliminated. Now all up to Nabsky, all the way from B side. This side is gonna be a difficult take for her. It's a 5v1, Zach.
Difficult, more like almost impossible, I gotta say. Does have the Bulldog and does one away from the Nightfall, so that ult, perhaps it might look to be saved for the next round. If Napsky can find any damage, that's gonna be huge by itself. However, many weapons that she can take out of the Scythe hands will reduce her economy by a little bit here. But that said, it seems like Scythe, they're just giving no quarter, not even opting to go for the hunt here, just holding passively, trying to keep these weapons. And Navsky, while waiting for someone to exit here for the frags, it seems like nobody really is coming through that choke point, just Lynn hanging around the corner. And she also opts to go for the other side, so it seems like Navsky might just choose to die to the spike instead.
Well. I guess it's gonna be that save on the Bulldog instead. I don't think that we're gonna be seeing them on the next round with full guns utils on blazing out when it comes to that, but nevertheless, it was a very difficult situation here, especially they weren't expecting that Aluka as well will be caught in that crosshairs, or in the crosshairs here of the players from NWJ's side, especially that the stun actually connected from the breach as well. 5-4, we're looking at NWJ slowly but surely taking that one step at a time and making everything even. And I think it's a familiar points that we're looking at from the Sunset maps that we've seen. This first half usually have that mid or non-advantage at all, but when it comes to the second half, when they finally understand how the aggression works out, how the plays work out, I think we're gonna be seeing more of a one-sided match, but not quite sure with who.
I think that's a great point that you make. It comes down to how exactly you want to work around the map and spacing issues. And I think that for NWJ, they've been pretty commendable in bouncing back despite all the setbacks that they faced today. Definitely now have a chance to equalize things, maybe steal the lead away here. And NWJ just able to walk around the corner as Crescents to find that kill onto Iceberg. She's been playing that angle for so many times in these previous rounds, and this time around it's just going to be almost a swing and free fire that will take her out of the equation, that will push NWJ on the other side of the map to try and take even more control here. Two players still towards main, holding down the crossfire. That said though, it's still going to be a 1-for-1 as Yumi finds Yamori, but immediately gets traded down. Napsky towards mid as well, holding down the line, finds Oriophilia, and with 20 seconds left, they have to make a move somewhere. The spike itself, it's headed towards A.
It's going to be a run. It's going to be a marathon for NWJ's side as they want to plant that spike. And this setup that we're looking at from B, from RRQ, has been working out greatly since a while ago. Nightfall has been used, Napsky, for that first initial pickup that they need, but that's a quick trade coming in from Lin as well. They do have the flash settling in from Luca's side, but she also has that rolling thunder to really push out the players of NWJ. Has been used right here. The flash has settled in, nothing to lose, nothing to see, but so far that's going to be that kill that they're looking for. Sky Elise to go down, but Lin fighting for her life, and she thought it's still being diffused here. Best to play it around, making it a 6-4.
Little close there, too close for comfort for RRQ's side, but they make that retake work. Both of those AoE ults, the Nightfall as well as that rolling that are coming in huge there to enable them to really make that retake. Of course, this kill through the Cyber Cage as well by Napsky onto Crescent, really bringing down the numbers advantage. That said though, for NWJ's side, they still could have possibly tried to play a little bit more around the time, but we've seen so many pros don't fake moments where people just stick the spike that it made sense that Lin had to go check that quickly. Unfortunate that she didn't have any more bullets in her actual gun, and now it's a bit of change of pace to come out of the NWJ side. They look to get aggressive right off the bat towards A, but RRQ, they're just playing so ahead. They get that first kill and tag of Sky is so low.
And this time around, Crescent's not on the board as well to get or give any heal. The flash already done and over with. Damage has been done. Ayumi moves away, repositions herself. The setups from RRQ has been phenomenal in the time being so far. Paincho settling in, but that's gonna be that double kill Oriophilia is looking for. 3v1 scenario, very low on the HP, but then again, Napsky to take cover and really finish things off for RRQ's side. What a setup that we're looking at here.
Yeah, just no space to be found for the NWJ side as they try to push into this crossfire. Of course, the reswing from Ayumi as well was almost picture perfect there. Warriorfully did her best. She found a couple of kills, but still RRQ, like you mentioned, their play, it just had no answer from side to side. That said though, for side, they have a couple of those ults available for this round. One off of the Seekers if they can get an ult orb, as well as the Showstopper in Yamori's pocket. It might be enough to like really let them power through and get this round. But Ayumi has a Showstopper of her own, and Iceberg, she's been holding on to this lockdown for a while. So I think that for RRQ, looking at how they're playing this map, they're definitely opting to get that early info and then possibly go in for a retake, because usually you see them pushing out a little bit further. This time around, it's just them holding back. Well, holding back for RRQ.
It works out in their favor a lot of the times. Having that Prowler try to find someone and reacting to it just exactly how they're doing as well in B main. As soon as there's going to be that sound cue, Best is ready to throw in the Paranoia. Repositions herself, especially with the pain shells trying to take action here. Sky Elise goes for the pick-off, finally seeing the skill to initiate the entry from the time or for the side of NWJ. That's going to be that cleanup for them. 4v2 situation, a lot tagged with that hunt as well. This gives info, but how far can they go? They need to settle on this post plant as well, and one onto B main. The rest waiting for other players from RRQ to make a retake happen.
Yeah, just two players left trying to break these crossfires and push out, but it's just Yamori to swing instead and find both of them. That's gonna be the 5th round for NWJ, and they end the half on a win here. Really nice to see that coming out of them. That said, though, you do remember NWJ side, they have the double duelist and they were on attack. With that side swap coming in, it's going to be the pressure falling on to the support players, as we like to call them, instead. But before we head into that second half, let's see what our panel has to say about everything we've seen so far.
Thank you, Tayrawr and Raf. I mean, RRQ, they just look so much more comfortable and much more practice on Sunset. It is 7-5, so it is SCYTHE keeping it close, but what do we think?
I mean, you know, still looking at the whole macro scale of both RRQ and SCYTHE, it just is very apparent that even with their defensive layout, RRQ is still the more daring team. Although I feel like it is live by the sword, die by the sword, because there are times where they're not in positions to trades, or they're kind of overextending into no man's land territory, and they kind of get picked off by NWJ's whole death ball, you know, when they're stacked up together. At the same time, I think it's a great contrast because SCYTHE, they like to play very, very safe, hyper safe at times, but with a limited amount of information gathering they have, having only one initiator in the form of Sky just kind of limits their map movement a little bit, and it allows RRQ to kind of surround them, and we've seen that many times happen too in the first half. And once again, maybe this will work out a little bit better on the defensive end when they don't have to risk as much to vie for map control.
I love that you brought that up because they're going to be rocking the double duelist over on defense after the half, so we'll have to see. Of course, high stakes on the line for SCYTHE. This might very well be their very last half in the competition, but we'll have to find out. Tayrawr and Zahk, take us back.
Halftime. And despite the setups that we've been seeing from RRQ on the defense here, Zahk, we have to say NWJ has been dealing with it quite nicely. This is really choke points and choke holds that they're holding on to, but it seems like when a shot connects, especially from Yomori, or even the stun from Aluka connects to the players of NWJ, they still stand taller than it.
Yeah, for sure. I think that one of the points that Ralph brought up really made sense, which was that SCYTHE, if they're in the situation where they're playing the numbers game, where they're kind of stacked up, it's proven to be advantageous for them when it comes down to trades or finding those kills. And with the side swap coming in, the kind of plays that we saw coming out of RRQ, the proactivity, I think if SCYTHE can pull together similar kind of plays, it might really help them to get the drop onto this RRQ side. That said, though, RRQ, first round in, this pistol, they're not really doing anything super fancy. A little bit of a slow start for them, sure, but they're just going to be sending it down into this B site. Ayumi has gone in alone, separate. Here, VCT, though, as he taps Sky as well as his kills. In fact, WJ to find the kills across the board. A triple for Sky Elise here, and a flawless pistol to get them to 6.
Or Sky Elise could just pop off, right? That could also be an option here in this match that we're looking at. That attack, it seemed like he knew exactly where the race would be, where Yomori is hiding through, but didn't get that punished, didn't get that kill. No overheating from NWG's side. They wanted to make sure that a retake scenario is more viable in the time that they're looking at, and also in the time frame that they're playing at as well. Well executed on that retake. A little bit of a mishap for RRQ's side, as they were also covered through the smokes, but it's another brand new round where it's still a very aggressive RRQ trying to look for someone to punish. The trap is there, but then again, Iceberg to settle the kill, and Crescents to hold it down with a 4K. No ace still this time, but Sky Elise will be happy to take the final kill.
Oh, rip. It just takes us back to the previous games that we saw where it was just
Not an
4
ace
games throughout the day. Yeah, no ace there. Sky Elise happy to steal that kill away from Crescents. But that's the kind of plays that you wouldn't really be seeing from the side squad. Sure, Iceberg is able to find 1 kill with the classic there. The jump click too good in that range, but it's still going to be SCYTHE to come out on top, only losing that 1 gun in the process. So their bonus looking a little bit more hefty as well. 7-7 here in RRQ with their full buy. This is their chance to steal that momentum back. Early on though, it catches out Sky Elise in the open, and Iceberg quick for the punish.
Oh, that's already two people down, two players down for NWJ side. And it's also Crescents as Sky Elise. Yet again, this double trouble that we're looking at from a while ago already pinched out of the map or of the round itself. 5v3, it's still RRQ. Really waiting for a space, a control towards the side again. Will this work out in their favor this time? That's going to be a question. The paint shells throwing in or being thrown in, and that eliminates and at least delays RRQ on the plan. But look at the HP that they have right here, Zahk. Very low on the HP. Prowler sells in best to get the kill here. A 5v2 scenario right now for NWJ side.
Dark cover to come down. Lin is trying to
Oh,
stick
the
his
ping
fight here. There's a haunt available. You have to try and catch out the player, and that's going to be enough. Lin denied the defuse, and now it's just Oreo versus the remaining 5 here. Puts down the smoke, hoping for a possible defuse to come through here. But the spray is just too much for Oreo to deal with. A UV finally shuts her down, and that will let RRQ find their 8th round here, taking the lead back. That said, though, it got too close for comfort, especially with Lin almost taking the spike completely through under the noses of RRQ. Finally, though, RRQ, they get around on the board in this half, and they keep 4 of their weapons while doing it. So it's going to be a little bit of a, or in fact, all 5 of their weapons while doing it. So I think it's going to be a pretty happy bank account that they're having. That said, Ultimates still haven't charged up completely for either side, and Crescents is the only one really close, 3 away from the Seekers.
Sky Elise, though, also on 1 orb or 1 kill away for getting that Empress as well. It's a play for intel, it's a play for info, and info has been given away. RRQ knows there's gonna be that skirmish towards mid. Happy to take that with a 2-to-1 trade. This eliminates the traps or the flanks that has been set from that killjoy. But speaking of flanks though, Lin lurking around the map, getting a kill towards Ayumi, at least alleviates a little bit of pressure from NWJ's side.
Just 3 players left. And it's gonna be Lin, the
Spike
first
down,
kill to
attacker
come through
spawn.
as Alika gets shut down. Immediate refrag though there from Napsky, so that will buy them a little bit more space to work with. Haunt as well to come down here. But Oreo, she's on the flank, trying to crunch these players in. It's all gonna come down to timing.
planted.
And it seems like Oreo, she has it in spades. Yamori now with the blue one, looking to make that distraction. Does do a little bit of damage, and it will force the paranoia out. So it's gonna lead to RRQ going for a possible replay scenario.
enemy
Julia
remaining.
though has a wraparound, will get that first kill,
enemy
and now it's
remaining.
all down to Best. Despite the paranoia, still gets the kill though, and now it's gonna come down to a 1v1. Oreo grabs the spike, has to hold it, but instead it's Best for the clutch. A 1v2, and RRQ they get to 9. Absolute insanity.
It's all about the read. It's that Omen versus the Omen on the final round. And I think they're quite aware that Best TP'd out of the situation. They're trying to outplay in this last moment. Just so happens that Best had that peeker advantage, saw her first, gets the kill, and secures the round for RRQ. A little bit scary on the side of RRQ though. It seemed like they had the upper hand from the get-go here of the round, but NWJ quickly catching up on their toes, quickly catching up on those kills, alleviating pressures left and right, killing Ayumi, and opening the site for a retake yet again. And you see how much distraction one player can do, and Yamori being on that CT side allowed Oreophilia to at least wrap around the players of RRQ here. And Kaguya, they go for a timeout to talk about what's going to be that next plan.
I think that 2 things that Kaguya are doing super well on this defensive side is, of course, number 1, just fighting for that mid. I think that they've been really good with Napsky's utility to be able to get that information and swing off the back of it. And they've been able to catch NWJ with their defenses down as well as they look to take that mid control. So I think that first 30 seconds, RRQ are doing a great job of controlling those particular lanes. The second thing that they're doing really well is also spacing, because if you notice in that last round, Lin, she almost got a kill, and if RRQ had been a little bit less good with their trades, it could have been the round completely swung in favor of NWJ. But because of how nicely RRQ are able to trade each other out and just play close enough that they're not tripping on each other, but also close enough that they can trade, I think it's something that's definitely worked out for them a lot. 9-7 now. Economy not in the favor of NWJ. RRQ, they have a chance to get to double digits for free here. And they are also close to charging up a lot of these snowball ultimates for that next round in that buy versus buy. In particular, I think they'll be happy to have the Nightfall as well as that Showstopper, since they're only 1 and 2 ult orbs respectively away. But for NWJ, with that lack of a jet, it's going to be very difficult for them to really make anything happen in this round. Oreo tries to go for a swing and kill, but it's going to be an absolute to find that opener.
Wow.
Sky Elise, though, nice shot.
One shot to the head. That's Sky Elise taking one down, but Aluka happily to take copper. Like you said, really good on the buddy system, really good on the trades. But it seems like NWJ on the sheriffs as well, they're extremely good in handling this gun. This is going to be Aluka planting the spike, a 2v2 scenario. And remember, NWJ, they only had sheriffs for this round. And so far, for their side, they pick up on a Vandals, make it a little bit even when it comes to the gunfight that we have right here. They don't have any smokes. They also pin down that nano swarm. Someone has to peek, but who will? That's gonna be that play for contact. Instead, the push settling in. Yamori has the paint shells, recovers from it, and that's gonna be the kill, the retake, a thrifty even.
Insane thrifty there to come out of NWJ. Like you mentioned, super good shots out of the sheriffs individually, and they were also super quick to pick up on the trades here as RRQ found the openings. So I think that for once, the excessive attempts at control from RRQ actually resulted in them being punished quite a bit. You can see that so many of these rounds, they were in so many of these kills, they came out in such odd spaces. And of course, just the fact that it was a 2v1 that NWJ were taking in a lot of these situations made it work out. You could even see that towards the end, there was a headshot sort of to come out onto Yamori there, but she still played it calm and was able to confirm that final kill. So that will be not just NWJ side taking the round, but also looking at their ultimate economy. They've been building it up over the course of that last round, and them being able to win it in that regard sets them up for success because they have not just the Showstopper, but also the Neural Theft and Seekers ready to go.
Really a lot of utility to play around here on retake scenarios, and even on aggression if they really want to take up control in space. And if the timing is right, even why not? Especially you have that Showstopper available and a Seekers to give out a little intel towards their team. But I also want to talk about that final round we saw while we are on a technical pause podcast. No one would peek from the side of RRQ unless you tap the spike, right? They don't have any smoke setup anymore. They're only gauging on that nano swarm to maybe put a little delay. But you saw how NWJ decided, and this little of a decision making, this little adjustment that they did, they were able to catch RRQ off guard. They instead go for the push. They know it's gonna be not even if they all stay on B main instead, and they would just play around on a bait and switch here. And well read and well executed from NWJ's side. And having that kind of decision making on your team, especially in these circumstances, says a lot for the team of NWJ.
Of course, and I mean NWJ as well, right? They've been kind of the underdog throughout the year. Of course, I think that SCYTHE themselves as a team, the core of this roster, they've been making elite for the last few years, but they've never been able to really hit that pinnacle. And this year, it's going to be the first time that they have a chance at that top 3, even to go further. And despite all the unfortunate circumstances that they've been facing today, they still are fighting for their tournament life here. If they can take this map and push us to Lotus and convert it there, they're still gonna be in this. So even if that first map it had to be forfeited due to those unfortunate circumstances, they're still not ready to let it go. That said, though, for RRQ, they have a little bit of the opposite problem. I think that even though they've been a top 3 contender throughout the year, they just have struggled to make it past that finish line, whether in regards to SMG or to Sapphire. At least in Open 3, I think they were able to finally shut down Sapphire and finish second. But that said, that first place, it still eluded them. And remember, this is a roster that has a history of making championship history, right? They were able to win out all of the events under Alter Ego, and with the exception of Elite in 2022, I think they have a lot of trophies on their shelf already. So they're just looking to add to them. Maybe this time will finally be the time where they can overcome all the obstacles that stand in their way and see them going to an international championship.
Yeah, completely agree with what you said. And other than that, also, we've been seeing RQ drop some balls as well when it comes to that latter part of the game where it's very crucial for the team. And they do have that advantage already, but nevertheless, we're looking at a new round. Best playing around with her paranoia. It connects to Yamori, but not to Crescent, allowing her to get that open kill.
Yeah, the two-person push, again, this time around from side, though, it finds value, as always. And RRQ are quick to just move off the back of that. They look to take pressure and control this A site. There is still a Cypher setup around here, though, so Lin might be able to find a kill or two and put that hero depth down. Alika watching for that, though. Spots the head, gets that kill, but it's those Skyleys for the immediate refrag. Now a 4v3 retake to come in for site.
Seegers gets a little bit of info here. Mid skirmish, that's what RRQ needs. But NWJ, that showstopper timing is just perfect to kill off the two remaining members of RRQ on City's side. And really, Skyleys and Yamori just helping each other out, meeting in the middle to punish every player of RRQ. Well timed decision from that showstopper as well to completely shut down what RRQ is trying to do here.
Yeah, I think the fact that it was able to find both of those kills, and it kind of lets the fact that Skyleys was able to find that third player as well. Really clean retake to come out of side. Now, though, it's going to be a full buy for both sides. RRQ, they're the ones with the ults, because remember, in that round, Scythe, they used the Showstopper, the Seekers, as well as the Empress, so that only really leaves them with that Nero left in their pockets. And RRQ, off the back of these ults, needs to get aggressive early on here. Oreophilia takes that early fight, but Napsky there for the immediate punish. First blood for RRQ in round number 19.
Not expecting there's going to be 3 people swinging out of that smoke, probably, for Oreophilia's side, but removing her from this round that we're looking at, there's not going to be that smoke delay that we are about to see. RRQ, they put on the Killjoy lockdown. They want to make that space. They want to create that space. They know there's going to be a little bit of a gap on the left side, but they're happy to take that with some of the utilities. Yumi already pushing towards Market here. The showstopper pulled out, but a quick trade-off from Elise. Elise, for the time being, 4-3 or 4v3 situation. This is a retake still bound to happen. Can RRQ hold it down?
They're already set up in that close plan situationing as well. All 4 players towards main, just trying to play on contact with the spike. Nero have to come out, and off the back of that, rolling to very immediately invested by this RRQ roster. Napsky takes the fight, finds the kill into Lin, and it's just Yamori and Skyleys now to try and make something happen here. But RRQ, the crossfire is just too strong. The showstopper, it was just the opener for them. They are able to convert the round off the back of their own ultimates, and they still have the Nightfall in store for this next one, 10-9.
Like you said, they do still have that Nightfall, and even if NWJ was successful in trying to pinpoint some of the players of RRQ, I think they would be gladly or happily pulling that out just to secure this round. A very essential round, because this is already that double-digit scoreline that we are looking at, and this at least makes a little bit of an ease towards that money, towards that economy for the side of RRQ. But for NWJ, it's a timeout they must do right now. They do have to talk about what their next steps are going to be, the next plan is. I do like the perception, I do like the plan to really push out B main. They knew it was all B main. The intel was completely there because of that neural depth from Lin that we had. But yet again, it's a cross that has been set, a time, a spike ticking away.
Yeah, that neural theft, even though it caught the information, there's just no safe way that you really break apart that 4-person crossfire. Exactly. And even when Scythe pushed, they went in kind of 1 by 1, so just not their round to convert, it seemed like. That said, though, they're not entirely out of this. Once again, the economy gonna be in a bit of a dire spot. You can see them looking to get aggressive off the back of it. In fact, they're pushing in through every single lane. Skyleys with the Stinger to find the first, tries to run away, but it's gonna be Navsky for the refrags. Takes down on not just Skylise, but also Yamori here. Two huge openers. And now RRQ, they look to push on the opposite side of the map instead. It seems like NWJ, they have the read already, but they're going to be quite late. It's just the site available for free for the sites for RRQ's taking.
You have to remember, there's still 2 player from RQ that's basically 1 HP away.
Spike
Yumi, Napski, very low on that. They do have that Nightfall, and I think they would rather have that prepped up for this post-plant take because they know the possibility of NWJ taking it away from them. They slowly move, take space, and take control. This flash also finds one. They know there's someone playing on the back ends of B main as well. Oreophilia already on the move. They do have one smoke to play around here, and maybe a ninja defuse possibly, but you have to ping the spike. That's gonna be the kill coming in, and also a pain shells from Ayumi to settle one more. Crescent's left alone in a 4v1 scenario. She finds 1 kill, but again, is it enough time to make something happen here? Not gonna be, as RRQ already set on that post plant.
At least NWJ make it expensive, hanging around. The threat of that spike being diffused under their noses till the last minute will take down most of the RRQ squadron as well, with the exception of Ayumi. That said, though, it was a nice attempt to come out of the side of NWJ, especially since they were on their economy. Eco around there, not much to work with, with the exception of the Stinger and Skylise's hands. But it was just such a quick read and regrouping to come out of RRQ's side, right? They expect that presence towards A, they lose a couple of players, and then immediately rotate over, knowing that B is pretty much empty. Now they're going to be aggressive early on here. That said, though, it's still going to be Lin to find 2 kills before she's shut down. Immediate trades to come out, but Skyly's still holding strong and looking for a little bit more damage. And RRQ, just like that, within 20 seconds, they're down to just 2 players.
One enemy
An
remaining.
iceberg to hop out from that smoke. It's Skylise, well executed, well read, and she knows which angles to take. You've been talking about it a while ago, Zach, that RQ seems to have that better spacing when it comes to the defense, but NWJ isn't gonna falter on that as well. They do have this micro positions that actually takes on and isolates those important fights to take the round away. And this is only just 1 round away from making it a tie to an 11-11. Utility-wise, you do have that Empress, you do have that ult from Oreophilia available, and Best as well. But other than that, nothing really big, nothing really execution-wise surprising.
Yeah, I think that for RRQ, 11 to 10, their economy on its last legs, they're gonna have to try to win this to keep it going, really. A little bit of pressure finally landing on their own shoulders as well. And you see the change of pace to come out of them. They've been opting for those quick side takes for a lot of these previous rounds, but this time around it's mid-control that they're fighting for, really. Kylie's that first player to watch out for, but she peeks right into 3. That's going to be all that's going to shut her down. Yamori, though, with the wraparound, finds 2 kills of her own. Goes peeking. She finds another kill as well onto Ayumi. That's 3 kills that Yamori has taken here. And it's just going to be NWJ to surround whoever remains. It's all down to Best, a 1v3, and she falls at that first obstacle. 11 to 11, NWJ's side. They have no intention of going down without a fight.
Completely dismantling the attack here from NWJ's side. They do have really good positioning. That buddy system works out greatly. They don't find that kills that they were looking for in that initial pickoff, but Yamori is happy to step on the gas here, is happy to take and stand up to the plate to really get those important kills and eliminating the players from the side of RRQ. We are looking at a little bit of a rough economy for RRQ's side. They do have 1 Vandal in the hands of Ayumi here. Can it create something for the rest of the team? We do have 1 lurking Killjoy on the other side of the map. The hyper rotation decisions from RRQ's side a while ago worked out greatly in their favor, but this time around, they don't have really the guns to punish players from NWJ, especially they are having a good read so far right now.
Yeah, again, RRQ Looking at the map, it seems like that mid is what they're opting to fight this time around. Possibly it might be different looking at the forest with which they're heading into the site itself. That said though, they're gonna completely clear out spawn to be sure nobody's lurking around. And it's off the back of that, NWJ, they're quick to push out towards main, take a little bit more space here, giving up the site itself. Although they have a lot of control in other spots. The spike itself, it's gonna come down on this A side, but SCYTHE still finds an opener here. Now the Empress in thrall, second kill to come out, and she's still looking to go on the hunt here. Battle in hand. It will be a Yumi at least by Lin, giving her the showstopper off the back of that. That will get her the second kill to boot, and it's gonna be Yamori with a refrag. Now it's just down to a Yumi and Best 3-3 situation. Them fighting for their life. Best with the sheriff kill. Huge one to start off with, but no chance to pick up another rifle. And just like that, it's gonna be NWJ succeeding in the retake. It was very back and forth, but it's gonna be them to find match point first.
Really beautiful flashes coming from both ends of the teams that we have right here. From Aluka, from Crescents, from Best, from the paranoia of Aureophilia as well. And this is some of the game changer that we are looking at. Coming in from the teams and their ultimates, well-executed ultimate can punish a lot of players. But NWJ really handling it better here, especially on that buddy system, especially on taking on the trades. From RRQ's defense that we saw a while ago, we've seen them done the same. We talked about it as well, but NWJ is also up to par with that. Aggression from the side of RRQ here, the disrespect towards that smoke that is aggressively placed as well, and Crescent's happy to take that kill. Aluka though, she was able to pick up on one. This is a reposition coming in from RRQ.
Oh, that's a huge kill as well. With them being able to take out Crescents early on, no more info initiation or healing available for this squad. That said, though, it's still a 1-for-1 trade, and RRQ, without their controller, they're going to find it much harder to really be successful on these side approaches. Yamori holding down the main angle does get spotted out and will be forced to fall back here. Another dark cover to come through. Yamori just peppering through the smoke, hoping for a lucky shot to come in, but instead it's a rolling thunder that will push RRQ forward onto the side. Buma does get broken before it does too much damage here, and that will be the opener that RRQ really need to take space on the side. Pain shells though come through, do quite a bit of damage in the process to Aluka, who was planting that spike, and this 4v4 retake suddenly for NWJ. It looks much more doable here. Ayumi in the corner though, trying to stop it out, finds the first kill, knows there's another player. Lin takes her down, and then now it's just Aluka and Napski to deny this retake from happening. Neural theft to come out. Skylise finds Napski, and it will be Skylise for both the kills. NWJ, they come back 13-11. We have map number 3, Lotus coming up.
They get hyper fixated on CT, especially after that stun connected towards Lin. And with that, this gave Sky Elise that power to move around the map quite freely, to make the kills happen instead for her. And this is just so far well executed map from the side of NWJ. That first half made us a little bit worried for NWJ's here, or NWJ takes here, but in the end, that retake scenarios, that decision, that very slight decision making coming in from this team really put them to the top. This game number 2 goes to the side of NWJ, and I think it's finally time to pass it on to our panelists to really break down what happened here on our second map, Sunset. So Reirachu, please do take it away.
Thanks, Zahk. SCYTHE taking the trades, keeping it close, and keeping RRQ on their toes, showing that they might have been down, but they're not out 1-1 to SCYTHE and WJ.
Well, you know, we definitely have a series here, and I feel like that despite everything that's going on, despite everything that RQ had to throw, and despite having them the right to have more pressure over NWJ's comp, it just feel like they could not get a reaction out of SCYTHE. And with SCYTHE being so composed and again just super stoic, they basically won out the day with a lot of clean fundamentals. If we notice too that there was a lot more, or at least better, reactionary trades. And I feel like for quite a few rounds too for RRQ, they had such a great thing going with that B main post plant that it was almost unstoppable. But suddenly, just because they couldn't get an overextension on the side of NWJ. They ended up going for some reverse clear, some mid burst, some, you know, some more, I would say, complex strats that kind of bit them in their own behind, which is truly unfortunate on the side of RQ. But at the very least, we have a very, very competitive series. SCYTHE looked very impressive today.
Ooh, absolutely. I think this was the SCYTHE that we wanted to see coming into today. A bit unfortunate for RQ, you know. I think that when you're the team that thinks that you've prepared more for this map, or when you smell that opportunity to, you know, make this a 2-0, I think that was what we were seeing in the second half of this game. Maybe getting a bit too aggressive, a bit like just trying to force too much from NWJ, but props to them. As you mentioned, they were able to stay absolutely calm, absolutely focused to bring this one home. And more stats, 5 out of 7 for the post plan, going the way of NWJ, 4 out of 8 for RRQ. So definitely NWJ being a bit better in terms of playing the post plan, which is very surprising considering that this is the RRQ Kaguya map pick. MVP very deservedly is gonna go over to Yamori. I think she was like 22-14, 22-18 on the Rays this time around, and I think Tayrawr was talking about the buddy system as well. So definitely well done from them.
Absolutely. And, you know, just to circle back on what we were talking about earlier, with SCYTHE simplifying the game and just, you know, hey guys, let's wait out the round timer. You know, it seems that RRQ is pretty much playing at one speed at the moment. I felt like RRQ could have defaulted a little bit more on that map and maybe change the tempo up, because there were also quite a few times where I think it was Oreophilia taking a few unnecessary fights just to once again stop that B main hit that looked so successful for RRQ. But maybe this was a case of overthinking. In any case, we're still going for a third map. It is now all tied up 1-1, Reirachu.
Oh yeah, that third map. I mean, we were hyped. We were so excited. It is going to be Lotus coming up next to see which of these two teams will meet FULLSENSE Sapphire later on in the day. Before we get to that though, guys, we're gonna go for a very short break.
Spike planted. Inevitable. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Got the money in the bank.
One enemy remaining.
Hit you with the
Spike planted.
bank. Hit you with the
One enemy remaining.
hit you with the 808. Hit you with the
Show me what you got. Back that up, back that up. 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 Lift it up. Goddamn. Up, back, back, up. Goddamn. Up, back, back. Goddamn. Up, back, back, up. Goddamn. Up, back, back. Goddamn. Up, back, back, up. Goddamn. Up, back, back. Goddamn. Up, back, back, up.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808 bank.
Welcome back, guys, to series number 1, map number 3 of day 6 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. And what a map 3, what a series that this is shaping out to be. We didn't see map 1, we forget about that. But map 2 on Sunset was so pretty dang close, just neck and neck between these two teams. And looking forward to Lotus right now, right? I think this is going to be an interesting one, especially for RRQ, because it seems as if the cards stacked in their favor in terms of this map veto. I think Lotus is the 3rd, 4th most played map for them. They've got a 64% win rate out of 11 times that we've seen them play Lotus in Elite. Run a couple of different compositions here and there, but their core, usually Omen, SCYTHE, generally stays the same. SCYTHE, on the other hand, though, Lotus is by far and away their least played map. I think they have more plays on Breeze, that's just come back in the rotation, than they do on Lotus. Win rate something like a 50% out of 6 times that we've seen them. So on paper, I think that Lotus is more RRQ favored, but coming off of that map number 2, though, I can't tell. What do we think, Raph?
That's a very good point, to really emphasize the fact that there's really not a lot of reps for Lotus in terms of playtime for SCYTHE. And you mentioned it, that second map on Sunset, they've definitely avoided an early sunset on their year. But going back to Lotus and the importance of just playtime is that Lotus is a map that does kind of heavily favor the team that has a lot more executes on the map, just because The potential on attacking side when you mix up the defaults and just your explosiveness is so high, and that's definitely in line with how RRQ would want to play. I did kind of want to bring up how RRQ has become that much more, I guess, tempered throughout the year, and definitely one of the evolutions that's been very, very obvious. But at the same time, I feel like they did kind of slip up a little bit on that Sunset map, just because there were so many rounds where they overplayed their hand when the simpler plays were working out just as effective, if not better.
Yeah, I think the mental fortitude, the mental game will definitely play a factor here in this map number 3. Not just the fact that this is map 3, this is an elimination on the line, but just the fact that, you know, Sunset was their map pick. They had that 100% win rate. I think they were expecting to come in and just steamroll, right? Because not a lot of teams in Game Changers APAC have practice on Sunset, and RRQ, I think we're expecting for Sunset to go their way. So map 3 on Lotus, it is that big map, and I think if your mental game isn't strong coming into a map such as Lotus, then there's potential for that to fall apart. So I'm a bit worried.
It is worrying. It is worrying, especially when, again, we talk about the simplification of the game and just going back to the raw fundamentals of Valorant and just tactical shooters in general. SCYTHE have been very, very clean. You know, they see a reaction and they play off with their most immediate choice, their, I guess, most efficient choice per se. And you mentioned it, the mental game is going to be so important here because it is a bit of a reset game for both these teams. You know, SCYTHE is definitely going to be feeling good off that win and off the fact that, hey, we could have exited way earlier on Sunset on a map that they should have not won. But here they are. But as we mentioned earlier too, it's a repetition that Kaguya has, the experience over SCYTHE, at least in this map in particular.
Yeah, and that's also one of the points of contention for this map 3, right? Because you've got Lynn coming in for SCYTHE, and, you know, we've been bigging her up the entire tournament because homegirl deserves it. Lynn, the linchpin of SCYTHE's success this week. But when you're on a map that you maybe haven't been scrimming as much on, I think, I don't know, this could go either way. But I mean, SCYTHE, you know, they've got a whole bunch of players on the squad that have shown their consistency. They've shown that they're able to step up when we need them to step up. So, you know, hopefully we get a good series. And yeah, SCYTHE, their storyline, right, is just absolutely amazing. Once again, they're just the only full Indonesian squad left in the competition that were in Elite this time around. They've pretty much kept most of their entire roster throughout most of the opens for this year. Went through minimal roster changes here and there. Didn't make it into Elite last year, but this year making it to at least the top 4. That's incredible.
It is incredible. And once again, I still remember early on when we first saw SCYTHE this year, there were a lot of things that, you know, was kind of lacking from their macro play. First, it was the routing. It seemed like they were rushing things quite a bit. And now they've evolved to one of the safest teams. I feel like I like to iterate that or reiterate that every now and then, that they're just so systematic. And it's just proven how much time they've invested into just getting better and how active they have been. In terms of just kind of being critical of themselves and, you know, doing the usual stuff as a competitor. But the same could be said about every other team we have here. You know, RRQ, as we mentioned, a lot more patient in comparison to how they were at the start of the season, so on and so forth. But, you know, all of that too is kind of culminating in this one map. I don't think anybody wants an exit when they're this close. They're just literally, what, 2 series wins away from going into grand finals?
Yeah, I mean, they're one map and then the next best of 3 series against FULLSENSE Sapphire. That's coming up right after this, before we find out, you know, who gets to play versus SMG in tomorrow's grand final, and then who gets that single coveted ticket to Sao Paulo. But I mean, just so many good things that we can talk about this SCYTHE NWJ squad, right? As you were saying, like, they play a much more focused and much more controlled game. We've seen their evolution competition throughout through the opens. They managed to squeak in at the end of Open 3 into Elite, so they didn't have to play in the last chance qualifier. I think they ended 5th, 6th at the end of that Open 3, so managed to just get enough
What?
points. Whoa! Gecko?
I get it, but at the same time, I'm not entirely sure how this is gonna fit in Kaguya's playbook, but it seems like they're ready to show us.
I mean, we don't usually see this come out from them. I would have bet that they would run their Raze and Jet. You know, they run a couple of different compositions.
Exactly.
We don't always see the Raze Jet, but I would have thought that in the map 3 they might want to bring it out. But they're gonna switch things up a bit, going with get to stick with the Omen Sky and Cypher when they do play Lotus on the side of Scythe. However, it's gonna be pretty standard, pretty meta for them. This is the composition. Similarities between these two compositions, but also a couple of notable differences. Really quick, Ref, how do we feel?
I'm not sure how to feel about this Gecko pick, honestly, because they might need the slowing down because
boy.
that's what Gecko does. But if they still want to play at that breakneck speed, I think this might be a stylistic conflict.
All right, well, for the last time in Series 1, Day 6, we've got Tayrawr and Zahk for y'all. Ladies, take it away.
Thank you. We're back for map number 3, Lotus, that will decide which of these two teams stays alive in this tournament and which of them will be going home. It is Isaac joined by the amazing Tayrawr for this cast, and you know, we heard our panel talk a lot about it, about the differences that these agent comps could bring into the table. I think for RRQ, the one thing that we know for sure is that this is a comp that they have won with before in this very elite. I think that they brought it up against the side of Nyx Kyosai, and they were able to make it work pretty convincingly. I think it was a 13-6 victory that they found in that particular series. And you know, looking at both of these teams, what are your thoughts, Tayrawr?
I mean, that's the question, right? Can they pull it off this time around? And this very important last match for someone, right? It is the last match for some of the teams that we have right here for today. And it's either on to RRQ or either on to SCYTHE. You never know how much pressure that the players feel right now, but obviously with pressure comes experience from the side of RRQ. You also have SCYTHE with somehow or some of the players that also have that experience already here in FSL or in Game Changers as well. So with this last map, the executes are very important for the teams that we have right now, especially if that Gecko and Sky combination can be pulled off for the side of RRQ as well. It's a question that is bound to be answered in this last map, in this decider map that we have. FS or FULLSENSE is already waiting for one team, and let's see who can make it to the top and who can make it out of this bracket. And as you can see, immediately a Tech Boss podcast is what we have right here, Zach.
Yeah, I think that the last couple of days, especially today, it just seems to be cursed when it comes to technical difficulties. Right? But hey, would it be APAC if we didn't have
Is it me and
difficulties?
Raph being together in a broadcast that makes everything go weird for today? Even on the other day, right?
Yeah, even then.
9 hours for a best of 3 or a 2 best of 3. Not too bad. Could have been 10, but you know, they let us sleep.
You know, honestly, that makes a lot of sense because if you think about it, in the morning until Raph got here, we didn't really get the news about the forfeit of that first map. So you could be onto something there.
Sorry, Raph. I know he's already saying something somewhere, but
I swear I hear his voice in my ears.
He's always in my ears. Always. I mean, he's my twin at this point, right? I always see him when I look at the mirror, so he's just everywhere. But anyway, Zach, when it comes to these two teams, the panelists already said how they feel about it. What are the possible predictions as well, and what can be the winning conditions for the two teams that we have right here? But do you have any predictions on your end?
I'm really conflicted because I always like to cheer for the underdog, which at least statistically in this case would happen to be Scythe, but also Alucard's playing Gecko, and if I do see Little Bro on screen, I tend to just cheer for the team with the Gecko, so I'm not really sure about which side I'm personally leaning towards here. But what about you? You asked the question. You must have a favorite that
Yeah,
you're...
it's because rarely we see a gecko being played out in this professional scene as well, right? So
Mhm.
we're happy to see that. But from the last match that we've seen, with how the comeback from NWJ's side just happened, we talked about how the executes from the defense from RRQ was almost as if it looked perfect to really disjoint the players of NWJ, but they still showed off. They still stood tall. And I feel like Sky Elise is such an important pillar for Scythe and WJ on that game as well. She came back on that second half and made more kills, made more something happen more for Scythe and WJ. But this time around, she's on to that killjoy. So back to the drawing board here, back to that Sentinel setup for her, as Yomori so far has been having a good game with this raise. Really good delay, especially on those paint chills from the last map we saw.
Yeah, I don't think Yamori missed a single showstopper kill over that last map that we saw her play that race. So I think that her versus Ayumi, it's been a pleasure to watch the battle of the duelists. That said, though, RRQ, they're the ones to start off on attack
There.
this time. They've already taken up so much space towards Ace side. Alarm bot finally going to be broken, giving away that information queue. And off the back of that, they look to go into side, but that nano sword, it just buys so much time here, not just for additional bit of utility to come in, but also chipping away at Ayumi's life. She's gonna be able to get a little bit of life back thanks to that fade away from the Viper. I believe it was the smoke to go away. No more DK really kicking in, but it's still gonna be the B side that RRQ pivot towards as they get the plant down. A full 5-on-5 retake looking to be a possibility here, and it's NWJ to go down first. And Reirachu gets taken down. Immediate refract from Sky Elise. In fact, it's going to be a Yumi on side trying to
Last
battle it
player
out.
standing.
Finds both those kills, brings it down to a 1v1, has the paint shells back online, puts them down to cut off Lynn, take a little bit more space, maybe aggressively holding the off angle, 69 HP. She has to do it all here, and it will be a Yumi with a 3k to close the pistol.
Really good on the paint shells, especially making that space and knowing exactly where the last remaining player here of Scythe was. Helped a lot in the making and securing that first round from RRQ's side. But we saw that Wayman Plaza spike, everyone else can do the skirmishes as well. And in this type of scenario, especially on pistol rounds, that's very essential. That's added manpower for your team. And RRQ was very close though. It was still a 1v1, and it was just a matter of having that info, that knowing that someone is on to link, took them or gave them that round as well. But let's see on this next following one, as we already see a spoiler alert on the side, that's Snapsky to go down. This gives them a chance to pick up that gun, and that's towards Lin with a Spectre now. They take a side here, and so far no traps, no more orb, no more nano swarms to delay them any further.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a full flank to come in here from NWJ, like you mentioned. They were able to at least retrieve that Spectre, but it's still a Yumi who pushes out further towards CT to take down Sky Elise here. Now RRQ, they know that most likely the flank is gonna be coming down from behind them at this juncture. The door opening will be the sound cue they need to reposition for this post plant as well. Flash comes forward, who tries to jump in. The spray from Iceberg, it's too much to deal with. The paint shells as well. Ayumi will chit on Oriophilia, and now it's just Crescents versus the world's Aluka with the Marshall to take her out. At RRQ, they convert their anti eco 2-0.
They took Nabsky out here and make it a little uneven from the get-go, but RRQ, they know their strengths. The post plant is already set. They also took a lot of space despite being a Yumi alone onto Heaven. And that Painful skills, again, we've seen it time and time again, even from the previous map from Yamori's side, how powerful Painful can be, especially in delaying and maximizing the space created, especially in a map like Lotus, where you have that certain aspect of being a little bit claustrophobic on some angles, and that Patience does a lot.
Yeah, I think that so far, utility usage-wise, both of the Razors have been absolutely slaying out here. But in this map, I think Ayumi on the attacking side will have to find a couple more of those lucky kills, or at least well-timed kills to make the round work out. RQ, they exert pressure towards the C side. They've mostly been conditioning that A and B, mainly towards the A side in the last couple of rounds here. But now it's going to be a little bit of a change to come out of them. They cut noise towards C side, probably waiting for these smokes to cycle through. Thrash to come out as well. Ayumi following the shard through here. However, it's still SCYTHE to find the kill. Immediate refrags come through, making it a 3v3 situation. And there's going to leave a couple of guns on site that could be picked up if the squad and if the NWJ squad isn't quite careful. Facials do come out though, trying to take space off the back of it. It's gonna be Presence and Nimori pushing on the side. Napsky though still finds the kill. First one goes in favor of RQ. They try to keep their numbers up, but immediate refrag will nevertheless be there. Now it's just Nimori and Oreophilia versus the world here. Make that just Iceberg 1v2 situation, steps into the smoke and immediately gets shut down. And WJ, they convert their full buy.
They do convert that full buy. The setups from NWJ here, specifically that Viper Orb and the Nano Swarm combination, very deadly for RRQ side. You know that, yeah, Ayumi can hop in, no problem. There was also that ult from the get-go as well, but there's no trade-offs. There's no other players that can go in and truly go in and convert that initiation from the side of RRQ because of those delays. Nevertheless, they were able to pick up trades after trades, and that was just a bonus from RRQ's side. NWJ, though, they do have a 2 Bulldog setup here, 1 Judge, and that double Vandals. This Judge can be a showstopper, perhaps, for NWJ side. We've seen this from Split last time, how powerful this can be.
Yeah, for sure. It's just really nice at not just creating that space as your duelist, but also fighting those opening picks here. And Ayumi, she seems to be considering whether she wants to put it down early on instead. She will get away with her life here. The swing from SCYTHE comes through. Dark cover, though, it will make getting an entry onto the site much, much more difficult. Oreophilia, in fact, shuts down Ayumi here. The opener, second pick attempts to come through. It is going to be the Judge at close quarter to take down Oluka as well as her teammate here. The plant itself will still come through thanks to Little Bro doing his job here, but numbers, it's just Iceberg versus the world. He's able to find the first, trying to do a little bit more here. The second to boot, but the defuse itself, it already comes through, and it's going to be the second round for WJ.
Micro decision of actually making that plant happen. This allowed NWJ to secure that 100% success rate on the retake. They know if they kill this wingman, there's an ult coming in from Bess that could pick up the spike. And if it is, or rather from Iceberg, and if it is planted, then there's no other choice but to make this post-plant scenario happen for RRQ side. And it happened 2 times already. It happened in the previous 2 rounds that we're looking at, that Wingman takes the spike towards the site, and there's no other option for RRQ but to push, because they have to protect that spike. They have to get it back, or they have to reposition themselves for that post-plant scenario. And so far, NWJ have been working great around this kind of setups that is coming from RRQ.
I think also the repositioning to come out of Aluka in that round, or rather the lack of expectation of the reposition on site. I think that it was SCYTHE who was kind of holding it down there, but Aluka who was not just expecting the Judge to be up in her face at that juncture. So it was just really nice defense to come out of, a hold to come out of site on that C side to boot. And of course, like you mentioned, really smart of them to let that wingman just go through there. They knew that they could defuse a spike, that they would have the numbers advantage to ensure that they could continue that. And they get the round off the back of it. Early timeout forced from RRQ Kaguya. Their economy not in the greatest spot, gonna force them to be a little bit more passive, possibly, as this time around they're just again trying to walk up A.
Micro decisions giving this rounds away towards NWJ's side. They do have a showstopper available here. They also have a neural depth really powerful utilities to come across with in the hands of NWJ. Can they actually bounce back and catch up to
There.
that? They do have a showstopper as well, but damage is definitely there. Sky Lee's very low. Showstopper pop. And again, they shut down Ayumi before that showstopper popped even. One-to-one trade clears out a little bit of an angle. Aluka already planting the spike. They decided to use that wingman to clear out angles instead of using it to plant the spike.
where you are.
They finally settle down on that post plan, but Neural Theft comes out here, catches the position of the flankers,
Hailing over
and
here.
just like that, NWJ, they're going to be on the back foot literally for this retake, because not only do RRQ know where they are, they also have a lot of space to work with. Now Yamori, she's going to be the one to find that kill, get the showstopper online to find the second pick as well, and NWJ, despite their positions being noted, they're able to completely swoop in on RRQ for the retake, and they get their third round on board. Really, really clean work to come out of them, and they only needed to invest that showstopper. They didn't even need to use the lockdown at all.
Such a clean retake coming in from SCYTHE here. The use of the Trailblazer to really figure out who's hiding onto HUD, who's hiding on site, and fully utilizing again the showstopper coming in from Yamori here. She has been phenomenal in maximizing the utility power, especially coming in from a race, from a boombot, from a paint shell, from a showstopper itself. It has been hitting perfectly towards RRQ side. This good read coming in from them as well. It's been taking up the lead for them. And even Sky Elise being super low in that kind of scenario and wrapping around her teammate just to make sure she gets health. This decision making coming in from them really gives them the rounds itself. Delay is there from the Nano Swarm. The flash settling in as well onto the side. No one really to blind. Sky Elise holding down the fort. No pressure towards Tree here. Paranoia has been set, yes, but not connecting. Ayumi to go down as well. Wingman plants the spike in a 5v3.
With Skyly still holding down the tree angle as well, this post plant has become suddenly much more awkward. In fact, Skyly, despite the 3v5, gonna be using that lockdown to just clear out side completely. Or if Ilya taps the spike, Iceberg tries to deny the defuse, but it's just RRQ across the board to find these crucial kills here. That 2v3 situation, despite that, it's gonna be side control completely in favor of NWJ.
Oh, pressure.
Skyly's just happy to stick the spike, and she'll get it down all the way here to deny RRQ that round. They find the kills in the end, sure, but the round itself
Standing in
is for
between us
NWJ.
and victory.
Beautiful lockdown coming in from Sky Elise. And with this lockdown, it gave them more than enough space and time to defuse the spike before they even come back on the site itself as well. No punishment towards that. No punishment towards trees, actually, that allowed that ult to just pop and basically give the space away towards Scythe here. They do have a Viper's Pit now, Zach. An operator even on that investment. Really huge. Let's see if they can make a kill happen, a pickoff happen.
That's the operator's sound given away. Yamori takes a shot, doesn't quite connect with anything. So RRQ, they're going to be happy to fall back here now that they've figured out where this operator is positioned. In fact, they have a couple of ults themselves, in particular Thrash that we saw used for this very same seaside take in one of the previous rounds. However, RRQ, they've been kind of struggling in these last few rounds in the attacking situation. Viper's Pit to come out as well now towards the site itself. Ayumi desperately looking to push forward with the help of the Seekers to able to take Lin down, and that's a huge ult that RRQ no longer have to worry about. They take control of the site and they plant that spike, and now it's a 4v5 retake.
Perfect use of all utilities here coming in from RRQ. That Seekers finding that Viper, removing that Viper's Pit is just the first step. But there's gonna be 4 more players from NWJ that they have to deal with. To start off with a boom bot, they destroy the wingman, and even on the left side, just clearing out the angles here. Sky Elite's good on the kills. Can she still get one? A 2v1 scenario. They have an operator. It's a decision they have to make, and even and despite that smoke, they know exactly where it's planted. RRQ finally securing a post plant here and a 4-3.
It got so close as well, but Ayumi, her being able to find 3 kills there, one with the paint shells, I believe, really helps RRQ to secure that round. Of course, they were really smart about that opening on their way to take the side as well, because the moment the Viper's pit came down, you could immediately see the Seekers to help Ayumi to track down the Viper and find that kill to open up the side. And of course, in the post plant, Iceberg per picture spray to be able to deny that ninja diffuse possibility at all. For NWJ, that's the economy to be broken. They still have the Seekers and a hero Bulldog on presence, but aside from that, they're gonna have nothing else to work with in this round.
A little scary on that previous round as well, since the kills through the smoke was connecting perfectly from NWJ's side or sides. But look at this, more pressure towards a side, towards that doors as well. Scythe, some of their players, 2 of them, already very low on HP. Crescents can still heal up, but at the same time, not for herself. This is a hyper rotation coming in from RRQ. They already used up that ult from Iceberg to clear out space, to clean up at least and see what's happening on the side. It's very open. They already tried to plant the spike in the hands of Aluka as well, and that wingman. It allows them to take more coverage or take more space around the map.
Camera as well to watch for a possible approach here. And it does catch out, I believe, SCYTHE towards B. So you can finally see NWJ flooding back into the site. Pistols in hand. Iceberg looking to play spoil sport here. Already finding these first couple of kills. Just a barrage of utility being tossed in. And SCYTHE's at least able to find one. Now it's a 1v4 situation. She tries to go for the spike and the spray once again. It's gonna go through the dark cover and take her out. 4-4 now RRQ. They restabilize here. And that will let them get that showstopper online for a second time.
This CT coming in from RRQ has been working phenomenal in their hands, in their favor as well. Ayumi, she knows when to throw paint shells instead. It's that post plant that always gets her a kill on the nades. They try to tap on the spike, they hear the sound cue, the paint shells is perfectly aligning towards that spike, not allowing anyone to just ninja diffuse out of their hands. And this kind of decision coming in from RRQ deals a lot of damage towards the players of Scythe here. A brand new round for RRQ. Pit is there, or the snipe, or rather the snake bite coming in from the Viper just to try and delay, but best it's a little bit of noise to force out some more of the utils coming in from Scythe.
Flash come out though from the NWJ side. Still detecting presence towards main. Still, it's going to be where that fight itself is coming. Again, showstopper to come out early on. Presence doesn't get tagged up, so she will be able to at least find that opening kill. Although immediate trade going to come through from Aluka. And that's going to finally get that spike down. So it's a 3v4 situation. Numbers still in favor of RRQ. Though SCYTHE is quick to find a refrag and bring it back here. Yamori now having taken an aggressive angle down in CT. Finds Ayumi 2v3 situation. RRQ, they're both just playing towards main with that post plant. Mosh to come out as well to possibly buy a little bit more time before the defuse really attempts to come in. The smoke goes out and the kills they come through here. It's all down to Iceberg. A 1v1 at the end of it. She has to tap through, but the stick, it's there. The dark cover this time giving SCYTHE more than enough protection to find the defuse. And despite that final kill for Iceberg, a 3k for her overall, it's still NWJ to find the round.
It's very hard to hold on to a post plan, especially if you only have B main. The kill towards the lurk of Ayumi here was really huge in the part of making this retake happen. Yamori catching her. They knew she already covered CT and might rotate to upper, and such good read. And just not only that, but being also hyper aware of that map, that sense of how the players rotate towards the map. NWJ, they take up another win here, 5-4, but this operator damage is there. First kill towards Yomori, one of the pillars of the team so far.
There's still going to be a menace as well in Aluka's hands, which is very interesting. Usually don't see the Gecko operator coming in, but with it being a factor now, you can already see the change of the hold to come out of NWJ's side. A little bit more passive here, not really going for those peaks. Camera as well from Napsky to spot out the judge in close range, so they probably want to be avoiding that B side. You can see them just pivoting towards A instead, and that's going to be where that execute is finally coming in. Oreophilia tucked into Cave, looking to find some damage. In fact, does take out Iceberg. Presence for a second kill to move, although Napsky finally trades it out. Now a 3v2 situation. Numbers still in favor of NWJ here as the neural theft, it comes out, it spots the remaining two players, and Lynn herself watching for the cross, waiting in the angle. Won't find anything because it's just going to be the rotate over towards that east side. Crash still online for Alika. How are they going to play this?
This is the strength of that Gecko in a 2v3 scenario. They can take control of some map here while the spike is already being planted. They do have that trash available. They play and wrap around through CT side instead. And this lockdown from the Killjoy might be huge, but it's not too far off from where they are located. They could also just come back to the site and wait this out, especially with the trash available. It's already been used up here to catch no one. This gives them a little space, but already space taken up. Sky and Lee's good for one. Aluka left alone, and Lin just continuing to defuse for the team. Scythe yet again to secure another point.
Just these lockdowns, they've been so good
And up
to come out of the NWJ squadron. Second round to be won off the back of just a really good lockdown here. So much space that you really get on this map, especially when the sites are so small. Unfortunate round for RRQ. I don't know if they expected the lockdown to really come into play there in that 2v2 situation, but it seemed like they were ready for it. You could see that the thrash was for that exact eventuality. Just the fact that it didn't connect with any of the three players made it very unlucky for RRQ's side. Now, once again, it's going to be the operator in the hands of Yamori. This time around towards A. Will be repositioning a little bit, possibly towards another off angle instead. But Bess, again, she's the one to find that opener, finding Crescents, just like that.
They do have that free farm on the orb. This operator shut down from Bess. Really phenomenal kills coming left and right across the map. C has a little bit of a clear up, but they know that A side can be open. Oreophilia available with that paranoia. Trailblazer trying to figure out where she's hiding. They see her, Napsky. She tries to go for the push, the pinch. Oreophilia repositions herself here. They're not quite sure no longer. A 5v2 scenario so far for RRQ, looking good. But you just never know. This post plant seems to just fall off from the latter part. But with that man advantage, it seems a little impossible for Scythe to make it happen. That first kill is what they need. The paranoia connecting. Leap perfect as well. She's a little stuck.
Last player standing.
Invited out, and it's just not gonna happen. RRQ, they're ready for the angles and ready for those final kills as well as they get the fifth round on the board for themselves. The operator once again jumping between hands here back into Alika's pocket, and Alika once again just one off the thrash. She's been really farming up the ult throughout this round, throughout this half here for RRQ's side. Talking about ults though, it's Scythe to have the advantage here for sure with the Seekers as well as the Showstopper. What they are kind of struggling with though is the economy, because you can only see that they have money for 2 rifles.
Yeah, they do have money for 2 rifles, but to say the least, they have a judge in play here in the hands of Lin. A really good choke point hold on to B as well. Anyone crosses, it could be multiple kills at a time, as you know the power of a judge. But to say the least, RRQ, they know they have to be more careful. That round that they had a while ago, those pickoffs across the map, not just on A, but also on C, really gave them a lot of space, and map control is the key, and especially in the Lotus with the 3 map scenario, or 3 site scenario rather, it's a lot.
Yeah, I think RRQ, knowing about their enemy's economic situation this time, are opting for safety numbers with the exception of Napsky, who does like to go on the lyric play for that control that you were talking about. It seems like they have their sights set on C. Seekers to probably start things off here. Yumi satcheling in. Once again, it's the same kind of play, an attempt at crunching in whoever's playing on site. But this time around, it seems like C has been left for the retake here. The stack, the gamble from NWJ not really working out in their favor. Now they look to go in for a quick retake. Ayumi through the smoke trying to find a gap to play around, but instead it's going to be NWJ across the board to find these kills. 3 in fact to come in, and Crescent's in the close range with the frenzy just succeeding here. Now the showstopper to boot as well. It's all down to Snapsky. A 1v5 for her. And just like that, despite the lower economy, NWJ, they still come out on top. That 7-5 that we're looking at in their favor. A flawless sweep to close out this final round.
The timing's
Switching
just
sides.
perfect for Scythe to take on the round here. Halftime it is. Scythe on the lead with a 2-point advantage. Let's see what our panelists thinks about this first half. Reirachu, take it away.
Scythe on an absolute tear, tearing through RRQ in this first half, 7-5. RRQ though, some good things to be said. They look like they've managed to calm themselves down and pacing themselves a lot better.
That is true, and they're honestly finding a lot more success when they kind of divide and conquer the map, where they use their strong defaulting and the tools that allow them to do that, especially with the Gecko, especially with the Sky pick. But I feel like that last round on the half was a repeat of I forget what round it was. I think it was like round 6 on Sunset, where RQ, they kind of once again overplayed their hand, especially in an eco, and everything kind of fell like a domino effect. First, it was just the very, very deep take towards CT to just try and run it up when they had rifles. They didn't have to play the range of the pistols. They didn't have to run up any advantages to any further point because they already had the op for the mount plant too. But again, just a little overzealous and a little too daring on the side of RQ. Very, very impressive defensive half by Scythe though.
Yep, very impressive defensive half from them, but 7-5, the score line is still really, really close. Really quick before we toss it back, who do we think is going to take this one, Raph?
You know, RQ, they need to really hold it down, otherwise Scythe might just steal this this map away from them again.
Yep, it would be a hell of a comeback if a Scythe NWJ can pull this one off. But Tayrawr and Zahk, take it away.
Thank you very much, panelists. And you heard it from them first. They think that if RRQ doesn't buck up big time, it's going to be a Scythe victory at the end of the line here. But hey, it's been a huge credit that we have to give to Scythe here, because this not been a great start to them for the day. You know, starting off with that 4 feet on map number 1, being being kind of like behind on map number 2, having to make that strong comeback, and now on map 3 with things being so close. It's been a rough day for them, Tayrawr.
Definitely a rough day indeed, I think, for everyone as well, since we have to say goodbye to one team here. But who will it be? Scythe or RRQ? Crystal round yet again here on the second half. Let's see how this turns out. Yomori goes for a flash with the help of that Sky. They try to take out, but Iceberg on the corner, freely taking up the kill. She can reposition. No, there's no TP. It's gonna be that stuck up, but the help of Ayumi, especially with a paintball kill as well on the side, will be a little bit of a pressure towards NWJ. 2v3 scenario. Spike is still with them. They can still reposition, especially with that smoke.
Yeah, you can see Skylace does provide a little bit of backup for Crescents to get out with the spike. They look to regroup and play together, possibly heading towards a pivot in the direction of the A site instead, which is completely empty. And it's the right call to make, because they should be able to at least get that plant down. That said, though, if you do look at Crescent, she's going to be tagged up quite heavily. Does have her full utility kit to work with here. Uses the flash to find if there is anyone from RRQ already up close and personal, but since that's not the case, they're going to be playing quite far apart. A risky choice when it comes down to this 2v3 scenario. But if Crescents can find at least one kill, maybe buy enough time for her teammate. It might be everything.
enemy
Spots out the
remaining.
head, and it's gonna be best to find and take her down. It's all down to SCYTHE. She's gonna have to do the heavy lifting here. No real pulse plan to work with, unfortunately. Turret swings out. It's gonna be her trying to find these kills, but the frenzy at the close range just melts her down here. In RRQ, they take the pistol again.
Too much people on the side to recover from that, and also with that smoke, you have to push. You have no other choice. This round goes to the side of RRQ, the pistol, and perhaps that advantage can also gain them the next round, can make it to a 7-7. This cross towards C really created a lot of pressure for side as well. And despite that, that painful kill also hurt the side of NWJ. Do have that less of a manpower, as we say, and a disadvantage when it comes to that. But nevertheless, here we go on the second round. We've seen a lot of Thrifty happen. Can they make it again? Nabsky, she knows there's going to be some people on B side. The traps has been set. There's that trip war they have to be really careful about. But this positioning, they can also open the door, which is exactly what they're doing right now. And the players of RRQ, they're just waiting patiently and moves away onto C.
Yeah, they're just being super cautious here. They know that these kind of anti-eco rounds, there's always the potential for these pistols in close range to not really work out in their favor. I think that RRQ, they're making the right call here. Gonna be getting more information off the back of that flash. So this B site, it definitely is. It's gonna be where the execute is coming at RRQ. They're more than aware of that possibility. Just a chain of flashes to come through the swing off the back of that iceberg to find two with the ghost. Still the immediate refrag to come in, and Oriophilia, she finds another kill. Still 2v3 situation. Aluka pushes out. Ayumi with the satchel to find that final kill. And RRQ, they stabilize here 7-7, though for a second it looks a bit scary with the way NWG were just getting kills across the board.
Man, you know that feeling when you have a raise on your team and you just want to push A, but you get pushed back a little because of that satchel play from your teammate? I feel for Nabsky at that point. Messed up a little bit of her aim, but no worries. Ayumi is definitely there to take on the kill anyway and secure that round for Team RRQ. Now we are looking at a 7-7. Fair fight indeed is what we have right here on our map 3, our decider. Aluka still has that Marshall. She was able to pick up a kill from that a while ago. They do have 2 sheriffs as well. And Lotus as a map, those kills or those utility play can give you a lot. Nabsky, very low on the HP. Trailblazer has been used by Crescents here. Doesn't destroy any trap. This is still a setup for B side that they can definitely use. The heals come up, they take space and control onto A main as well.
Yeah, RRQ, they definitely have that proactivity towards this A side, but you can see that SCYTHE is still watching for anybody who could push out, maybe go in for a possible flank here. So really nice discipline to come out of the NWJ side, but Iceberg, a sixth sense perhaps, chiming in, will find a kill through the smoke completely. It's gonna be to life for this
30 seconds
side. It's gonna be Nabsky and Bess versus the world, it seems like. You can already see Nabsky looking to make a play on the flank, will open the door, possibly try to push out, but it's just a bit of additional pressure. She has to find the timing on the kills, does not expect SCYTHE to tuck away into the corner, and just like that, it's all down to Bess. A 1v4 to deny around for NWJ. An impossible task, it seems like. At least she finds the first though, able to take down Lynn. But now, the clock ticking, she might be able to at least pick up that rifle, but that Molly denies even that.
Denies it a little bit longer. There's a lot of swarms, still a 2 setup swarm coming in from SCYTHE as well. The delay is definitely there. She would rather die off from the spike than give the kill towards SCYTHE here. Really well executed round. They waited patiently, try to see where the traps of the Cypher might be, and don't give any or that big of an info towards RRQ or being set on the trap. To be fair, Audiophilia really nice on that sense as well, to know that they're trying to pin down the trap here. I could see where it's coming from. Might as well make a pre-fire, a spray happen inside through the smoke. And she actually managed to pick up that kill. But again, you have that disadvantage from the side of RRQ. They weren't on a full buy here. But this time, a heavy investment yet again in the hands of Aluka. They do have that operator.
Yeah, it's gonna be the operator coming out in this defensive half for the first time for RRQ's side. I don't think that they've really made noise with it, so it's just gonna be Aluka looking to hold down A by herself with the open hand. Bit of a risky strategy, especially when you consider the angle that she is holding down, but it might be rewarded if they walk into it. It's just a sliver, and while she spots out the helmet, she's not able to find that kill onto Yamori there. So that's at least NWJ side knowing where this operator is present. It seems like they still want to try and push into it, but you can already see that the rotation is coming in from RRQ's side. It's gonna be the backup that Aluka desperately needs to hold on, to help hold on to the site here.
We still have a smoke from Nabsky available. We have that cage, a Trailblazer, set pace, and see who are the players from side that are still waiting there. I think it managed to at least see one of the players, not quite sure how many, but they do set up the smoke again. The operator, though, successful this time around. They take one pick off. Spike has been dropped here, but they do have a rotation onto B, clearing up the corner. That's going to be a Yumi to secure the trade. Patience to move further back. There's that showstopper being popped by a Yumi. Timing is off the essence. The showstopper doesn't connect. This allows them to at least plant the spike right now. The 3v2 pressure is on, and that's RRQ to already pinch in on the side. RRQ 8-8.
Really nice retake for them to equalize things here, 8-8 like you mentioned, and really that was such a nice round overall to come out of them, whether it was the position of the operator, Aluka repositioning towards B to find another kill, and of course just the way that RQ were so quick to jump in, not really letting that postman setup materialize out of this NWJ side. And well, NWJ, they were able to find a couple of entries of their own with some really nice shots out of Yamori. It just wasn't enough because RQ, they had the numbers throughout that fight. So now a timeout to come out for NWJ, their first timeout of the game, I believe. And it's gonna be pretty interesting to see what they talk about, because even though they don't have the economy, they have a lot of the crucial ultimates that you expect to see in a swing round like this. And if they can bait out, for example, the thrash from Aluka, or at least get that spike down, maybe put that lockdown to good use, buy a little bit more time on it, it's definitely around that NWJ can still win, because they were able to win quite a few thrifties in that previous map on Sunset.
They also do destroy that economy in Side's hands as well. But again, showstopper available for Yamori. She's been very particularly pulling this off well from the previous map as well that we also saw. And when it comes to utility and arrays, you gotta give it to Yamori. She's been doing great on that one as well. Trash available for Aluka to take, to use up as well if the timing is perfect. But this operator proves a little bit of a nuance to side. They have to be really careful which angles to take. They can't just do dry peeks here. And we only have basically 2 flashes coming in from the team, a Paranoia and also some flashes from Crescents.
Counter flash to come out here, though. It's gonna be RQ trying to push off the back of that. The Paranoia connects, and Ayumi finds that opener onto Sky Elise here. First blood once again in favor of this RQ squad. Lin on the lurk on the other side does realize how much space that RQ have taken up on A, and immediately will fall back to regroup, possibly with the rest of the team. The lurks from RQ so far not able to do too much damage, although at least Audiophilia is able to take a bit of a armor off of Iceberg here. Still a 4v5 situation in favor of RRQ, and they still have that operator online. It's just gonna come down to whether or not NWJ can really find any kind of opening pick, because so far RRQ, they're just so in control here.
So in control to a point where they're so deep onto A main as well. And Ayumi has been catching a lot of utilities from the side of Scythe,
30
from that
seconds
nano
left.
swarm up to that shells. But on the other hand, they do have Best to heal her up. This gives a little bit pressure towards Scythe. They don't know that A basically has been taken up with a camp. They know it's gonna be B. Aluka! She gets 2! Even 3! Now with a pistol to shut down the last player, Napski, to get that kill instead. But Aluka and that operator, very deadly for side.
You know, if you think about it, Aluka has had quite a trajectory as a player, going from that Reina main that she used to be to kind of flexing in that duelist slot to controller, and now as the team's flex player. It's just pretty impressive how far she's come, and despite whatever role she's on, it hasn't taken away her penchant for opping either, as it comes out after that round here. RRQ now at 9-8. They have a chance to really just steal the game away here, because it is a swing round here. Vi finally in the pockets of NWJ. You can see them looking to put pressure on the C site, but that early one way to come out of Iceberg, it just creates so much pressure here. They finally managed to get past it, but now there's a second one way that they have to contend with to boot if they want to really try to deal a little bit more damage. And they have control of Mound at the very least, but once again, it's that 1-2 flash punch play that RRQ have kind of excelled at keeping in their pockets for a situation like this. They're not going to swing off of the back of it, though. I think they realize that NWJ has a heavy presence, and it's just going to be the 3-stack on site waiting for a push.
You can see the position of Napski here all the way from A, but the camera looking towards A main as well. They still have that full control of A without even being that deep in taking map control, just because of a simple cam. And this allows at least 3 of the players from RRQ to really position themselves here on C and stop the players on their toes. But we also see a showstopper available in the hands of Yamori. This can be deadly for RRQ's side if played correctly. That's the showstopper pop, and again RRQ Ayumi. They know what they're up against. They know how to deal with it as well. Really good map control and really good sense of maximizing the positioning that they have.
Yeah, I liked how Ayumi was just sitting on top of there. They heard the showstopper, and RRQ didn't even flinch. They just sprayed her down from the sky. Yamori had no idea what hit her there. And just like that, with the 3 kills coming through there for Ayumi on that C site, it's just going to be another round for RRQ, the 2 remaining players for NWJ. They know that their team doesn't really have the economy to work with, and they know that they're not going to be winning a 2v5 in 20 seconds left, so they're just going to hold on to these guns for the next round. Really necessary as well if you consider where the economy lies for the team. Just gonna be sheriffs on every other player, it seems like. So rifle gonna be given to Yamori. She is gonna be trying to use it to probably get that opening pick here, but that's the major ult that NWJ did expend. They used the showstopper. They still have the lockdown as well as are one of the seekers, so they have something to work with in this round. But unless Kylie's or Yamori find those early picks, it's gonna be impossible, especially with Aluka, with the operator still doing damage like that. 1 for 1.
Good trade though. They still get that operator shut down and at least alleviate a little bit of a pressure here. No one to pick up that op for the time being of RRQ. Like you said, this map has 3 orbs. You could already see Crescent having 1 and picking that up. Lin is also just 1 orb away, 1 plant away. Can be for this Viper's Pit. Still doable for the side of Scythe here to make something happen. But it starts with the lockdown that it seems to SCYTHE have been prepping up for this round. RRQ respects that. They wait a little longer and make a retake happen instead later on.
That does seem to be the call, because like you mentioned, they're going to use that to scale up onto site here. Nanoswarm in the corner as well. Not going to quite connect with Napski, so she's still able to hold down that position. RRQ, again, Ayumi with the paint shells to find that first kill. Napski taking out SCYTHE as well. And these pistols, they just get shredded apart. The neural theft to smoke out the position of Oreophilia. It's just her in a 1v4 situation. The spike already being diffused, gone all the way. And Ayumi with the classic and another 3k to take her out. It's going to be RRQ with 11, 2 rounds away from moving on in this lower bracket and from eliminating SCYTHE and WJ. Really nice round to come out of them. And of course, Ayumi, she was just phenomenal throughout the round, but these final couple of kills really cementing as to why she is one of the most terrifying duelists in all of APAC, because that was just an insane round.
She knows when to fight, she knows when to put pressure, and aside from that, the confidence that Ayumi has on really taking up space and control over the players of SCYTHE here, you could see it oozing through the screen that we have right now. She has the showstopper yet again available and caught by Pachel is gonna be Oreophilia. This utilization and playing around her utilities and her teammates' utilities as well has been working out great for Ayumi. The operator from Aloka just really showing off through the rounds that we're looking at, and it's a little scary for the side of SCYTHE here.
Now SCYTHE, they're down to 3 players. They have control of the spikes still, but they don't really have anywhere to go on the map because B side, it's completely locked down by Aluka's operator, and A still has a couple of players playing towards the site itself, so it's been difficult for them to really find any kind of space in. They spot out Ayumi's position, try to walk into site, but it's going to be best to put them to stop. The showstopper comes through, but doesn't quite connect to do the kills. It's going to be Crescents and Yamori desperately fighting for their lives here. Paranoia comes through, not enough to push Best off the corner. In fact, it's going to be towards the site squad,
30
and
seconds
with
left.
30 seconds left, they have to make a call where they want to go. B seems to be the answer. There's still gonna be Iceberg holding on here. The Seekers come through, giving away her position, but she's still able to buy at least a little bit of time. 19 seconds left. It's gonna be Thrash to come through. Aluka putting it down, try and get the position of these players. They're rotating towards C. However, the Satchel is just pushing them away, and
Oh no! 7 seconds remaining. They have to plant the spike. She watches over, and that gives enough space for Napsi to come over and get those double kills and secure the match point for RRQ. You see, you don't see Nabsky much when it comes to these engagements that we have right here, Zach. But when it comes to the actual space that she creates for RRQ to understand how SCYTHE goes around the map, you have to give credit where credit's due. This is such a big intel that she gives off for the rest of the team.
oh yeah, for sure. Like, her being able to just hold down that C by herself and also wrap around early was insane. But I think the main winner of that round was Aluka's play with Thresh, just chasing down these players and distracting them. Catching Yamori off guard was just absolutely huge. And now again with the operator, she finds that opener to start things off on the map. With Lin taken down early, now Yamori as well. Things are falling apart here for the SCYTHE squad. Just 3 left alive. 4 rounds away from overtime and possibly keeping themselves in the event, but they have to win this round first. No ultimates to work with either, with the exception of Oreophilias from the shadows, and the operator itself, it's gone towards the C site now. Aluka with the peak will find another kill, and that's Oreophilia taken out of the equation. Just Sky Elise and Crescents left. 2v5 situation. It's them versus the world here, and that operator is still looking to play spoil sport.
Pretty difficult to take angles here, especially knowing that there's an operator being set up. Up above is Iceberg. This might not be expected for the side of SCYTHE, but they actually try to cut her. Paranoia settles in, and Nabsky to finish things off with a triple kill. RRQ survives another day and will be moving forward here in Elite, Zach.
They are indeed. It was a hard-fought victory. The Sunset probably didn't go exactly how they expected, seeing that it was their map pick, but they come back stronger on Lotus, and they're able to find victory to stay in the tournament alive. Really nice to come out of them. It was a little bit slow, but they finished in style. And that said, it's the end of the line, unfortunately, for NWJ SCYTHE. It was an incredible performance that we saw come out of them, and they finished with their all-time best placement of that 4th place. But it is unfortunately the end of their tournament line here. No more chances for Sao Paulo for them, and it's the end of their Game Changers gear, at least for though I'm sure we'll be seeing these players back for that next
Hope so.
one. That said, though, we have our top 3 locked in space, as well as we know who is going to be heading into that lower final. But before that, let's see what our panel has to say about the game that we just saw.
Thank you, Tayrawr and Zahk. RRQ finally put the pieces together when it counts, making their reps on Lotus count. Like they were running out of ideas, running out of steam towards the end there. Was so close. They kept it so close to that 8 and 8 before just finally losing that on the 8 and 13.
I completely agree. Again, we talked about how we have to emphasize the experience of RRQ on Lotus, and speaking of experience and comfort, I feel like Aluka really did come alive once she took that responsibility or made that swap from being a much more supportive Gecko on the first half, or at least in nature, into being first contact with the operator and then kind of letting her utility take a secondary position. But once again, you know, despite how NWJ tried to do what RRQ did and kind of just dividing the map, finding a weak spot, they just really couldn't do it. I feel like the lack of a proper playbook for this map really made them, or at least gave them so much difficulty. But either way, they still managed enough rounds on a very, very impressive defensive end. But like we said, there's just so much emphasis on attacking when we're playing on a map like Lotus.
Exactly, and just taking a look at the stats, Ayumi, the star of the show, 22 and 12 on that raise, and RQ just letting their solo duelists shine in this last map. And we were talking about Aluka a lot during the game as well, right? About how, you know, she's the flex player. Sometimes she does play the Jet, but this time around on the Gecko, still opting to play on the operator as well, and ending up with the second highest ACS on her team. Ayumi sometimes, you know, catching a bit of strays here and there with all the enemy util from the side of NWJ, but you know, you got a Sky on your squad. You can afford to catch a couple of strays here and there. But the post-plant stats, though, 5 out of 11, not the best for RRQ, but 1 out of 4 for SCYTHE and WJ, and 14 for skills going the way of RRQ, just showing that they get first contact and it goes in their favor.
That's true, and one thing that I liked about RQ's defensive play was that they understood that as long as they don't overextend and just play to their utility and just let SCYTHE clear out as much of the side of their map, RQ's basically going to be fine. You know, they really respected their own safe side as well, and they really pivoted off that operator that constantly rotated, constantly kept SCYTHE guessing. And Ayumi, as much as the utility tried to hinder her, it didn't really bother her too much at the end of the day.
Yeah, and just what a heart-wrenching loss for the SCYTHE NWJ girls. You know, we talk time and again about the incredible story that they have this year, coming from last year not making it into Elite this year, and you know, top 4. I think definitely a lot of things to be proud of, a lot of great things to be said for this squad. I mean, 4th place is nothing to sniff at. I think yesterday, you know, with their 2-1 win over Orangutan X as well, they can definitely keep their heads held high. And I don't know, man, I really hope that we see them come back next year.
I'm hoping for that too, because as you mentioned and as we've said over and over, they've only gotten better as the year, as the season progresses. So it'd be such a shame to see this core, you know, essentially go to waste if we don't see them compete. But I feel like that's just a love letter from all the fans of SCYTHE, and we still have yet another series ahead of us, Reirachu.
Exactly. The next series, oh my god, it's going to be so good. It's FULLSENSE Sapphire versus RRQ Kaguya, the rematch. I think this is 7th time the charm, but this year, this week, nah, it's only the 2nd time this week that we're gonna see these teams face off against each other. But tale as old as time, absolute beast of a matchup coming up right after this break.
money in the bank.
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang,
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the
what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Bank, 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 bank. Got the money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine.
Hi guys, and welcome back to our second and last series for the day between FULLSENSE Sapphire and RRQ Kaguya. It's been a long week, but we've finally got our top 3 teams for APAC Elite this time around. Of course, Team SMG, FULLSENSE Sapphire, and RRQ Kaguya. I think we've seen this film before, Raph, but did we like the ending?
I'm thinking if I did like the ending or not. But in any case, I think it was such a great milestone for RRQ to finally retaliate against FULLSENSE, because for some reason, every time there is a FULLSENSE RRQ game, FULLSENSE just kind of turns up the dial to 11. And just to go back on what you said about our top 3, I feel like, to me personally, it's a little unusual to not have OGX in the top 3. It's usually OGX, SMG, and Sapphire or RRQ. But to see both of them here, it's like, that's something new for me personally.
It was a Taylor Swift reference.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make Taylor Swift happen, you know?
Okay.
Anyway, but yeah, top 3 out of top 4-ish. It's kind of what we were expecting, more or less, and talking about how, you know, FULLSENSE Sapphire, whenever they face off against RRQ, it's kind of like when you have that one person or like one team that you just like want to impress and that you just want to show up for, and somehow it's FULLSENSE Sapphire versus RRQ Kaguya. Sometimes, you know, we don't see it as convincing when it's another team, but yeah, FULLSENSE Sapphire just on Wednesday, because coming off of Open 3, right, when RRQ Kaguya finally got a dub over FULLSENSE Sapphire, but then we just saw Wednesday when FULLSENSE Sapphire came back. So I don't know which way this one is going to go yet, but guys, we've got a video intro for the teams coming right up. FULLSENSE Sapphire, the squad that represented our region in Berlin last year. Alyssa, Baby TZ, Ginny, Muffin, as well as Polly, just hoping to make that run back through to the Global Game Changers Championships once again this year. You know, they are down to the lower bracket, so we'll have to win this series before they can get that rematch versus a Team SMG tomorrow.
I mean, you know, there are no strangers to the clutch whatsoever, but I have to say, the Taylor Swift reference kind of completely flew over my head. I'm still thinking about it. I wonder which one it is, but...
Did you just Google that? Like, wait a minute.
No, not at all. I was like, huh?
I just got infinitely more excited when we were like talking about Taylor Swift. But anyway, Taylor Swift aside, guys, we've got the video intro coming right up. RRQ Kaguya, the girls who just managed their 2-1 victory over SCYTHE and WJ like 30 minutes ago. Y'all know these girls. We've seen so much of them the entire year, the whole week even, and we had a 25-minute break. It was a pretty short break, and after that series there, like, I don't know, like, how they're going to do, because They get dropped down to the lower bracket, so you have to play more games in the double elimination. But not just that grueling schedule for the week, just their schedule for today already, like having to play 2 back-to-back best-of-3 series, coming off of the loss versus FULLSENSE Sapphire 3 days ago too. I don't know, but if one team can make it happen, it's gonna be RRQ Kaguya.
I mean, I guess never in their wildest dreams that they'd imagine that they'd have to deal with this type of fatigue. But again, just looking at them for my goodness, how many hours down, and inspecting their game for how many opens, how many stages in the year, I feel like both these teams know each other all too well at this point. But I feel like maybe fatigue is definitely going to be a factor. RRQ definitely, they're going to be warmed up. I feel like that's also one of the benefits of starting the day early, but once again, they're already burning so much stamina by playing all these extra games.
Absolutely. Like, what are we, NFL at this point with all these references?
God.
I see you. I see what you're doing. But we got the map veto for the second best of the 3 series. It is going to be Ascent to start us off, and then Lotus for map 2. And that all-important decider, if we do make it to map 3, will be on Haven. And really quickly, I mean, there's just so much to unpack right here. I think Ascent was the RRQ pick. It's also RRQ's second most played map, although personally, we had some interviews with some of the Game Changers players last week. Personally, I believe Ascent is Napski's most hated map, but sometimes you gotta make that team play. You gotta sacrifice for the team. I believe the way the map veto went also was that RRQ managed to first ban out Breeze, because they kind of went 5-13 on that versus FULLSENSE Sapphire a few days ago. It makes sense that they don't want to play it. They banned it out first, and I think the last ban that went over to FULLSENSE Sapphire was they banned out Sunset. So a bit of a mixed bag. I think both these teams can kind of come away with things that they're happy about from this map veto, although we don't get Sunset for RQ, but they also don't get Breeze.
That's true. I think both these teams are decently familiar with all the maps and very, very, I guess, efficient with the veto, as much as they would want to have their power picks, as you mentioned. But I have to agree with Napski. That opinion is so incredibly valid. Ascent is such a terrible map. It's just, you see the same comps over and over, and there's just... Okay, guys, real talk. The variation is in how you use your comps. There's just so many ways to play Ascent, but people still love to play the same way on this map, and it's just... At least we have Breeze back. I don't know. Can we have Fracture and Pearl back, please? Like, can we just get rid of Ascent? Can we have Fracture and Pearl? Come on, man.
Yeah, I feel like taking Fracture and Pearl out at the same time was maybe a miss. Like, maybe like Fracture and Ascent gone, or Pearl and Ascent gone, leave us like one of the bigger maps. I don't know, but at least I think there are at least a couple of things that we can look forward to in terms of the agent composition. I think that both of these teams don't tend to play the exact same mirror matchup. I believe RRQ generally run the Jet, KL, Killjoy, Omen, Sova. Sometimes they throw in like maybe a Fade and Astra. They've even done like Arena here and there into the mix as well, whereas FULLSENSE Sapphire generally prefer like the Astra and Breach, Jet of course too, plus the Killjoy, Sova. So yeah, kind of like the 3 core is going to be about the same for both of them, but then
It does really come down to how they want to take their fights on this map, because again, when you have KO, you're kind of leaning towards the value of a suppression and just kind of, once again, simplifying the game to a bit of a brawl. And to nobody's surprise, we're actually going to see the Jet back on Ayumi.
Chamber!
While... Ooh, actually, you know what? Yes.
Yo!
Yes, Muffin. Yes. Great job.
Chamber for Muffin.
Viper.
I think we were expecting, so we were kind of expecting, the Astra, the Sky, the Rays even. Viper also, we do tend to see a lot, but ooh, Chamber. I think that's going to switch things up. We saw Chamber yesterday as well on Bind. I believe it was. But yeah, what a time, to whip out that old chamber. RQ Kaguya, though, it's gonna be business as usual. This is the exact same composition that they do tend like to run it. This is the comp that they last played on Ascent 2, so no surprises from their side. FULLSENSE Sapphire, you gotta think, this is the team that's sitting pretty. Sure, it is lower bracket final, but they've had the whole day and like yesterday as well to just sit back, see how RQ Korea do, see how this first afternoon ends up, and they've had a lot of hours to try and get RQ's number. Really quick, before we hop into map 1, Raph, what are your predictions?
Well, I think Sapphire might run away with this because they're going to be playing with a chip on their shoulder, and I really, really appreciate this high responsibility, high execution lineup that they're running for Ascent.
I gotta agree with you right there. I think I might call a 2-1 in favor of FULLSENSE Sapphire. But guys, once again, back to bless all of our ears with their lovely voices are our casters, Tayrawr and Zahk. Ladies, do what you do best.
Ain't no Taylor Swift, but you got Taylor Sheesh and Zahk here on the desk instead to cast the games. We would be enchanted for this matchup and who will play the anti-hero, but one thing's for sure, they have to be fearless. The question remains, are we ready for it, Zahk?
I mean, I don't know about everyone else here, but I'm certainly ready for it, especially since, as Raph so kindly pointed out, we do have a little bit less than orthodox comp to be coming through on this map of Ascent. I'm pretty sure I can speak for all of us when I say we're tired of the Jet, Sova, KO, Omen, and Killjoy that we often end up seeing time and time again, but a little bit of variation and variety to come in from FULLSENSE Sapphire. And personally, I am excited to see how this comp plays out as well, because you have something that is meta for a reason, right? On RRQ's side, it's tried, it's tested, it's proven, and then you have a little bit of a variation thrown into the mix with Sapphire's squad. And the thing is, Sapphire, if you look at their history before this on Ascent, they like to also go in for that kind of trademarked comp. This is something completely new that they've cooked up, and I'm super excited to see how this is going to play out, because in the past they've been pretty successful, of course, against a lot of different teams, but on Ascent they've never really faced RRQ, and with them having played each other so many times over the year, I'm excited to see how this Ascent shapes up.
Familiar with themselves, as we would say. Ayumi already immediately shut down by of course, a Muffin on that chamber. They reposition themselves, taking more control over site instead, but mid control is the way. Polly, though, to stop being main from that push. Ginny on the other corner to secure the round for FULLSENSE. Fast execute, fast round for FULLSENSE to take them down.
Quick and aggressive, that was the name of the game, and that's exactly what happens with FULLSENSE. They fight for every single inch of the map. First, this nasty fadeaway from Muffin for the opener, and then this crossfire on B side that just goes completely unstopped. Ginny, of course, in the back pocket, ready for those final couple of kills, and that will be FULLSENSE to take that pistol. Now for the anti-eco, gonna be fully buying up here, and RRQ, they weren't able to really find anything aside from that those one or two kills on site, so not much of an economy that they have to build upon. Just classics across the board, in fact, not even a Sheriff or Frenzy. That said, though, I think if they can at least find a couple of picks, do some damage to the economy for FULLSENSE, it will set them up better for the next couple of rounds, especially since they are able to at least farm up this ultra towards a main. Now, though, contact comes in, Baby TC spots out that player, Poison Orb comes up to buy a little bit more time on the delay, and with that Molly coming in, it's going to perfectly isolate them. However, Ayumi with Dash finds that opener. Immediate trade to come in from Ginny, though. Still a 4v4 situation here. You can see those players from RRQ trying to go for the gun, but there's just no opportunity being given.
It's a trap, as they would say, the time you pick it up, that's the time they swing out as well. That's gonna be the turret picking some enemies. This is RRQ. This is Aluka waiting patiently from hell, but Alyssa shuts her down. They're already on her way for that defuse. A 2v2 scenario. Napski with a double on a free gun, by the way. Now down to this kind of situation. Ginny to also go down. They go desperately for that defuse as they have that proposition. They would get the kills, but that didn't happen. Wow, what a round.
Free gun, by the way. 5 classics and 5 kills coming in for the RRQ side. It starts with this opener, of course, onto Baby TZ. Just wasn't expecting that kind of dash play. And after that full sense, they just... The plant is in such an open position that it's just so easy for these classics to do the damage. And the headshots, the perfect headshots to come in from the rest of the RRQ squad, clean up the round for them. They pick up the 2 Bulldogs and they're going to be able to buy up Vandals for the remaining members of the squad as well. And unfortunately for Full Sense, they're going to have only pistols to work with. A Frenzy, a couple of Sheriffs, and of course, the classics.
Tables have indeed turned at this point, as RRQ has the advantage so far. And if I'm not mistaken, Iceberg was also able to set up a shock turret for the plant that they had a while ago to really utilize and maximize those whatever they had at that point. RRQ really standing tall after that round. Anyway, we do have Full Sense, just having their pistols, some frenzies. Muffin already flushed out perhaps when it comes to Hell and even Jenny. One by one, they all falter. Now it's all down to the last 2 remaining players here, Ginny and Polly.
Yeah, not much that they can really do here aside from look for a couple of picks. Really nice execute to come out of RRQ. Just super good shots overall. Off the back of the paint shells, Paranoia released by RRQ. They just don't want to give up any space in this post-plant setup. Aluka already takes down Polly, and it's all down to just Ginny, the IGL, the captain. So much work for her to do in this round, and there's just nothing that she can really find here. Just hoping for a possible exit, maybe to go down to the spike instead. But now with her being caught out, it's just the attempt at the wallbangs to come in to boot. And it will be Nowski to finally shut her down as RRQ. They find their second round here. 2-1 right now. But remember, that was a save for Full Sense. So we're going to be looking at our full buy versus buy round here. Ultimates-wise, it's the Cosmic Divide that's almost online for the side of Full Sense Sapphire. Could be really, really useful in that retake scenario. But for RRQ, they're pretty close to a lot of these ult snowballing. That null command in particular could be imperative for them to just snowball and push their way onto site, shutting down their opposition's utility. But they're also only a couple off of that Hunter's Fury, which can just prove to be so good at zoning or in that post plant.
They do need to wrestle back as they have the buy this time around as well. It's a buy versus buy that we're looking at, and RRQ, they had a flawless round for that. Having that more of a cushion when it comes to that economy as well will help them out in the next following rounds. But it all boils down to this. Can Full Sense hold control of A site? It's a triple stack onto A. They do have that chamber on trees waiting as well. And aside from that, they do have the delaying tactic available in their hands. They can throw in Snake Bite here. And with the help of the rest of the members of Full Sense, maybe it's a different story. That's gonna be that TP coming in. Drone already shut down, but able to secure a double kill from the side of RRQ. Opens up a little bit of a space onto site, but they're not yet in their full control as already rotations coming in from Full Sense.
Their situation here. Ginny was able to find a kill, so she still does have that Cosmic Divide, but immediate null command to come through from the attackers here. RRQ just ensuring that none of these retake ults can really be used. It's gonna come down to the gunplay and position. Already, Nowski able to isolate the first, taking out Molly. Ginny though from under heaven, able to jump down and at least find a kill, but RRQ, they hold strong. Aluka and Navsky between them shut down whatever remains of the resistance of the Full Sense side, and that's another round that RRQ put into their pockets. Very, very cleanly done. This execute, of course, it was slowed down a little bit by Muffin finding that opener, but Ayumi and Aluka between themselves are able to just find those trades, and overall, at post plant, it was just impeccable to come out of the RRQ side, really not giving Full Sense any space or timing to work with here, and once again putting them at an economic deficit. That was their full buy, and with them losing it, it's going to be just sheriffs for them once again.
It's a sheriffs, but sharp shots in the hands of the East players. You cannot discount it out. And RRQ, they seem to have warmed up, especially coming out from that win as well. They do have that confidence, that momentum coming in from that last map that we saw. Muffin might be able to spot somebody here. Pulls out Headhunter away, and that's gonna be Baby TZ instead falling. Muffin as well to come with her in a 5v3 scenario. Already picked out 2 players here. They do reposition and hit B, and this is already the take from that Killjoy setting up. This for FULLSENSE. Right now, they want to make a retake happen, but this is gonna be difficult.
Spike
For
planted.
sure. They seem like they have some kind of inkling about the urge towards mid, but with only 3 players left, they look to focus towards site instead. Smoke comes down towards main. However, it's still gonna be the utility to spot out these players. Nafsky already with 3 on the round. Best timing in as well with that lurk finally kicking in. And now it's just down to Ginny here. Tries to find something, but Aluka already with the angle will be able to shut her down. 4th round online for RRQ. And they still have those crucial ultimates that we were talking about. The lockdown online for Nafsky as well as a Hunter's Fury for Iceberg. And now we're finally going to be seeing a timeout, most likely coming in from Sapphire here. 4 rounds down. They need to figure out how they can make things work out in their next buy. 1 off the showstopper, Cosmic Divide ready to go, and the operator finally kicking in for Muffin. It might be what they need to really halt the momentum of RRQ and in their tracks.
They do have that big of an investment as well in the hands of Muffin, especially on a chamber. We know how strong that could be. And as soon as you are able to shut down one, this map is a play for default anyway. And you can definitely see how crossfires has been set for both sides of the teams. Even when FULLSENSE is on that full buy a while ago, we do see them trying to clear out these crossfires. Just so happens that so far, RQ has been difficult to deal with when it comes to the aim duel from time to time, and even clearing out the angles. They seem to have win engagements that are very important to them. And for FULLSENSE, they do try or want to try to get that trade off happen from time to time, but instead they get that double kill quite easily for RRQ. Let's see how they would deal with that as we see that buy round come in from the side of FULLSENSE and an operator as well. An immediate pickoff would be nice for Muffin, but so far it seems to be a B hit for the time being. RRQ, they already want to go inside. Ayumi to fall down up in the air. Ginny setting up smokes left and right. They tried to put in a Nano Swarm
Spike
Poly
down
to stop
B.
them on their toes. At 5v3 situation, they reposition themselves on the back ends of the site. And RRQ, they still try to hop
enemy
on one
remaining.
by one. Iceberg secures 2, but is it going to be that first ace of the day that we're bound to see? 3v1 here, Zach.
Bomb buddy out.
Everyone, Polly's still being a menace towards his backside. It's all up to Iceberg. She knows where Polly is, but has to find the timing on the remaining players. Is able to at least find that first kill. Shotgun doesn't quite connect, however, and Baby TC will be able to find the timing to take Iceberg out. Finally, our FULLSENSE, they strike back with a round of their own, and it's all thanks to the heroics of Polly there, who just goes with perfect repositioning to find kill after kill after kill. I don't know how she was allowed to get a 4K legally here, but it's unfortunately not going to be the ace. Just another day of 4Ks and teammates stealing away the ace. At least it's going to be a sigh of release though for that FULLSENSE Sapphire squad, because RRQ's momentum, it finally has found some kind of pause.
A lot of distraction coming in from FULLSENSE as well to really give space to Polly for those kills. Muffin, though, might be onto something big here, but I think a drone will stand off onto her way first and foremost. Muffin moves a little further, but not too much. She still want to hold on to this angle. That knee being seen as well. She forces to move out. At least you have Alyssa to heal her up just in case, but that's going to be a big rotation before that happens.
Yeah, it seems like FULLSENSE, they're not really risking too much to get their teammate the heal that they so desperately need. And now that RRQ know where the op is, they're going to be pushing in from another angle instead, looking to make this charge into A side through short. Still going to have a couple of players on site, and Baby TZ able to find that first kill at the very least. Muffin with the headhunter as well for another 2. And now it's just going to come down to Aluka desperately fighting for her life, but Alyssa denies even that much here, and it will be Full Sense to find their third round. Now the ult economy gets shifted in favor of Full Sense here. They have 4 out of their 5 ults ready to go, and only 2 missing on that Viper's Pit. Now it's RRQ's turn to call for a timeout.
Well, we saw Full Sense have that timeout and quickly recover from the round losses that we've seen as well. So RQ might need to do that same thing as well and try to go back to the drawing board and internalize what has been happening and how the takes have been going in their side. Napsky haven't used that lockdown yet, so we're about to see that still. Though we do have that Hunter's Fury Blade Storm available for Ayumi, and I'm not quite sure if she will buy off for this round or use that Blade Storm instead, but just in case, this is also can be a showstopper for Full Sense's side. To think of, Ayumi has been entering the site here and not really necessarily getting the pickoffs that she wants to get. So it has been rough for RRQ the past 3 rounds that we've seen here, Zach. And this time out will help them a lot.
I think that the biggest change that we've seen in the last couple of rounds has been that RRQ, they've been looking to just kind of play off of their numbers and push into the sites. So I think that Full Sense, they've been very good at adapting and just dealing with that. I think the 4 rounds that RRQ did find a lot of success on, aside from that eco, of course, was the rounds where they were able to just take up space, play patiently, and catch a couple of kills with regards to timing. Now they're going to be trying to go forward here. The crossfire is still there, but the trades, they don't come through for Full Sense's side. Ginny finds a Yugi, but that's just 1 kill in their favor. Now that they have the numbers, once again, RRQ, they're happy to invest this lockdown to try and take space onto this B side.
Once you get that cross, you are in a one and done position. That's what happened with Polly. Ginny, though, good on that pre-fire through the smoke. She managed to pick up a 1 kill. That's towards Aluka. It's a 3v3 now. Everything seems to be even so far. Cosmic Divide has been used, and Baby TZ to secure 1 more kill towards Napsky. On the other hand, spoiler alert, that's going to be Muffin going down as well. Very low on the HP. Some of the players of RRQ trying to pinpoint the enemies and clearing out B main. It's all left to best. Can she outplay the players here of Full Sense? She still has that smoke, pops out, the smoke dissipates rather, and Baby TZ happy to take that kill and take the win for Full Sense for this round.
Another round for Full Sense as they tie things up 4-4. And you know, I remember seeing something pretty interesting that's coming up in Valorant in that next patch. I think they're gonna make a little bit of an animation of the smokes as they're about to fade away.
Alright,
So
how do you feel about that?
look, as a controller player, I think that it's annoying because I really had to work to learn my timings, but I also think that for my teammates who don't know when smokes go away, it will prove to be useful, so they're not left standing in a smoke as it fades away. So I'm in mixed minds about it. I think that it will reduce the
I feel like
skill
it
necessary.
adds a little bit more of spice towards how the takes are going or how they play around the smoke. I don't know how to
Maybe.
feel about it, but not so good so far when it comes to that update. Well, anyway, we're about to see how about our viewers and how they feel about this. So far, speaking of feeling, seems like RRQ is feeling out how Full Sense recovers and how Full Sense tries to pin them down. This pre-fires has been settling in and thus gets them a free kill, a 1 or a 2.
1 or a 2, it's the question here, and so far at least it's just a 1-for-1 trade. Ginny though, tucked away in the corner, finds more than her fair share and is still able to bounce away safely as well, looking for a little bit more as that door possibly closes. The Seekers to come through as well, making sure that everyone's on site, and Ginny and Alyssa, they close the net. All down to Napsky now. A 1v3 situation for her to try and close out here. Has to start off with that early advantage. The flash catches her out. She tries to go for the jump up, but it's just 3 players from Full Sense lying in wait for her. Alyssa shuts her down, picks up the op to boot, and Full Sense, they steal the lead back here. 5-4.
Really close fight indeed. Not too far off when it comes to the scoreline, but it seems like RRQ losing a little bit of a grip here whenever they want to make an entry happen. This cheeky positioning coming in from Full Sense always catches 1 to 2 players on their side whenever they make an entry. And checking all these corners might be brutal for the players itself, but it's a must if you want to take it clearly and as clear as day. Alyssa, though, throws off that flash. Didn't really settle on to be main. She throws another. Good reset in a few, but it's still a flash that has been used, a double flash.
Yeah, a lot of utility being spent for that early information, but like you mentioned, not gonna find too much. That said, though, it's the operator towards short where the action is trained. Muffin not able to connect the shot, however, thanks to that off peak coming out of Aluka. Now forced to play up close and personal, still has a shorty in hands. No more teleport available though, so it's gonna prove to be a bit difficult for her to really get out in time. The flash still there and a perfect peek from Iceberg. Off the back of it, still a 1-for-1 trade as Ginny is waiting to try and cause some damage. Napsky on the lurk as well to find Polly towards mid, and just like that, it's looking a little bit more dangerous here, especially with Ginny not being able to find that kill 4v3 in favor of RRQ.
What a pull, though, coming in, a well-timed pull coming in from Ginny here as well. They do try to set up a little bit. Nabsky takes control of market as well. She does have that double swarm to try and delay any peaks from the enemies. The smoke is there. Setup has been put on from the side of RRQ. Just a matter of time before they go in, but to settle off that flash, they get a kill. Alyssa to secure one, but quickly traded by Nabsky right there. 3v1 scenario. They take up space and control a side, clearly planning it and clearly heard by Best to secure another 5-5. So far, so good, and it's very even.
Yeah, it's finally RRQ opting to play a little bit more default, going for the picks instead, and they're rewarded for it, of course. This first opener that they found onto Muffin there, taking that operator out early on, really making the difference, I think, when it comes down to applying pressure to this FULLSENSE side. But if you notice, that round, it really went down to the wire. They didn't start putting that spike into the ground until it was like 5 seconds left on the clock. So a little bit more delay. It could have possibly been FULLSENSE winning just off the back of time, but it's still got to be economy there for both the teams. In fact, Muffin to pull out the tour de force as well, immediately suppressed though. So at least for the side of RRQ, they know where this chamber is playing. They still have to deal with the utility available on this side, but that null command, it's gonna help with that.
They cancel out the delays here. No snake bites to catch them, and this is RRQ just being given away that space. For the tide of FULLSENSE, it's obvious that they want to take or make a retake scenario happen instead. They have that Cosmic Divide anyway, and a Showstopper to go in on the side. Snakebite being thrown off. That's the Showstopper pop onto Hell. It doesn't connect, but they still get the kill here in the hands of Muffin. Aluka, though, to hold down the fort for the time being. 4v3 scenario. Perfect peak, perfect angle, but Ginny catches her off as well. Cosmic Divide has been set. Do they have enough firepower to make this happen? They do have that ult from Iceberg. Hunter's Fury being pulled out. They still have enough time to really mix and match, but Ginny is the only person remaining. Time is dwindling away. Can she make it happen to defuse? Nope. Nabsky to hop in on the smoke. Instead, RRQ, a very well executed post plan.
Definitely. I mean, if you look at their positioning, they made sure that Sova, like Iceberg was ready with the Hunter's Fury towards main. The job of the players on site was to buy more than enough time, and even with that Cosmic Divide coming in for the retake, even with the Nanoswarms being used early on like that, there was just no space available for Sapphire to really even try to defuse that spike. Very unfortunate circumstances for them, and they didn't even get a chance to use that tour de force as well, because Muffin pulls it out almost immediately, being caught by the 0 point and just suppressed into oblivion. Really, really difficult situation there. Now, however, they have the operator online once again. A bit of a mix-and buy for this FULLSENSE squad, ranging between a sheriff and an operator depending on the player. So I think that it's going to prove to be interesting as to where RRQ decide to attack, because that operator so far, I think it's found almost no value for the FULLSENSE side.
It is, and also at the same time, 0 point. Muffin caught that as well, and has to reposition, especially with her traps and her rendezvous. Can't use it for the meantime. Polly really pushed up here on B main. Ready for that is going to be Alyssa to flash in on the enemies, but the thing is, Iceberg, quicker on her toes, gets the kill instead. Aluka to make an entry happen alongside with Ayubi. Flash on the right end. That's gonna be Jinny securing a kill before that. She goes down though. 3v2 scenario. They go in one by one, and it's all down to Muffin and her operator. There's that kill to delay the spike plan, but at the same time, she has to give up space.
Yeah, the lockdown ticks through, so it's going to have to be Muffin versus the world here. We'll be able to at least swap out the gun if she chooses to, and we'll put that operator down. But with this flash swing available towards the backside, it's gonna have to be very methodical about how this retake actually plays out here. Aluka, that first point of contact, looking to do the damage, but it's just two players towards backside, ready for Muffin to swing around here. And RRQ, they end the half on a high note, a 7-5 slight lead available for them. But now, before we see how they end up doing on their defensive side, let's hear from our panel, because I'm sure that Reirachu and Raph have a lot to say.
The FS RQ showdown that we know and love, boy is it delivering. FS get 5, but kind of feels like they really need Chamber on the Muffin operator just in order to get rolling. What do we think?
That's true. I mean, the way that this comp on FS is constructed is that they do such a great job early on just kind of stonewalling RRQ, but at the same time, the inherent weakness is that the cooldowns and the uptime for all these abilities is just so long. And with these massive cooldowns, RQ is finding so much value with all these super heavy-handed bursts, and I feel like they're also getting so much value out of Aluka because she can effectively freeze any of the remaining utility if FULLSENSE chose to shuffle that. And as you mentioned, they are really leaning on Muffin's operator, which for the most part has been very strong, but the moment RRQ get a whiff of that, they just either be very avoidant or throw all their eggs towards that operator basket. And we saw that on that short play where, despite Muffin trying to mix it up with a shorty and the teleport fake, she still got caught out by a rush. You know, the trades were there by Jinny, but once again, the quick responses on the side of FULLSENSE are basically limited to Polly and the Sky, which again, not having the greatest of uptimes.
I mean, this series so far, this map number 1 has absolutely been delivering. We're gonna find out which way this 5-7 is gonna go. Zahk, all ears on you.
Thank you very much. 5-7 indeed, and we do not know how it could swing. It starts with this pistol here, and it's FULLSENSE switching over to that attacking side here. I think that on defense, it was Jinny who was stealing the show away, and she is topping the scoreboard for them, but this is Muffin and Polly's chance to kind of come alive right now. And I think with Polly on the raise, we've seen a lot of very impactful raises throughout today, and the amount of utility damage that they did in the past. I think that Polly, she's gonna have to pull out the same kind of magic for FULLSENSE Sapphire, because Ayumi, she was definitely able to find that space. Polly, she's gonna have to do better if FULLSENSE, they're gonna bounce back stronger from this.
Magic is what we truly need at this point for both of the teams that we have. Still not far off on that scoreline. To think about it, one pistol round can turn things to the brink, and at the same time, for the time being, for FULLSENSE, Muffin, she has to go back really low on the HP. Again, they do have that Sky, but there's no heal. They didn't invest on that. There's an entry happening on A. They know that quite well. Napsky just hiding through the smoke, getting all intel, getting all the info. Someone hops in, though. Might be deadly as this smoke dissipates anytime soon. Ooh, timing.
That was so close there. Polly almost going down, but still being able to stay alive. Conflict is suppressed, and that's going to be the cue for these players to jump down. Napsky running out of bullets, goes for the knife, gets 2 kills somehow. No way, Napsky finally having the time to reload. Will get the 3rd kill as well on the board. Now a 4K for the Killjoy, looking for the ace here. It's just Jinny versus the world. She has to do a lot, but instead it's Napsky to come out on top with the ace. 2 knife kills as well. The most chaotic ace that we've seen in Game Changers throughout the year, I gotta say. But that will be RRQ to find an 8th round on the board.
What did I tell you, Zach? You have Filipino players on the team.
Tondo!
Of course it's gonna be a Tondo lens yet again, right? That it's not just one, you know? It's not just one. She couldn't reload at that point, but at the same time, FULLSENSE just couldn't connect the shots onto Napski long enough for her to actually punish them with the knife kills. And again, RRQ, they take the round, might be happy, they might be smiling at this point, but they cannot be too stuck upon it as well. Anything can turn around at this point for FULLSENSE. They do have that pistols though. It's not gonna be that turnaround to a 7-7. Instead, RQ has that advantage.
Sure, it's gonna be a little bit more of a difficult challenge. Once again, it's gonna be Muffin's Lurk just taken out of play here towards B site. Just her utility being broken down and herself chased off. Ayumi taking up a lot of space in the process. That said, the FULLSENSE, they did focus on the A side during the pistol, and that still seems to be the call here as short control is slowly but surely taken. Under heaven though, it's gonna be Polly to find the kills and fall back. Napski's still playing spoil sport from short. Alarm bot gonna be triggered as well. She's still on site, looking to get that lockdown up as early as possible. 3 players remaining for FULLSENSE's side, and they're still looking to push into Napski. She finds a 3rd kill, and now looking for the 4th. It's Alyssa versus the world here. Only a classic in hand, a recon as well to make things even more challenging. And RQ, they're just waiting for her to possibly swing in and push through. 30 seconds left. She has to try and make a move somewhere. At least she has control of the spike, but it's just this A side is so heavily guarded, and there's just not much that she can really do apart from get chipped down like this. Napski really wants that final kill, it seems like, and Alyssa finally be taken out.
It's a 4v1. It's very difficult for them, or for Alyssa, to take anyway. And at that point, it was 0 to no chance at all in trying to recover that spike with a classic. Napski has been having good rounds here from the first half up until this defense setup that she has. She's well aware of the control that she has on a site as well. Once that alarm bot pops, once that turret pops, she plays around the traps perfectly and nicely to really secure those kills that is very much needed for the defense.
For sure. I think that she's been incredibly strong when it comes down to not just utility, but also positioning, as you pointed out. That said, though, it's the full buy round coming in for FULLSENSE finally. Early drone to tag out one of the players towards B. That is once again going to be Muffin, though, so they are going to be confident that at least there's no players hanging around here. Ayumi, though, once again, she's pushed up, taking so much space, but it's still going to be a 1-for-1 trade towards main as Iceberg gets the trade immediately. There's a paranoia to come through on mid as well, making sure that nobody's pushing up, and it does connect with a couple of players, so it's gonna be FULLSENSE who look to go towards short instead.
RQ, they give a little bit of space. They know they have entry on side. Napski, how is she getting away with these kills? 19 HP remaining on Alyssa here as well. They drop down that lockdown. Baby TC to secure one. She knows there's going to be someone hopping out. And again, instead of pushing forward, she repositions herself onto Hell. But caught in that is going to be, of course, Baby TZ. The ultimate from Napski just perfectly aligned. Aluka to even get a kill onto that nade. Napski having the time of her life here. Zahk, she has been performing so well.
If you have a 9-point ultimate in ready after 2 rounds, I think that's just a testament to the kind of game you're having. And Napski, I think she's already on like 28 kills, so pretty impressive. Yeah, see, perfect. 28 kills coming in for Napski. That's a 5-point something beauty that she's rocking right now, and it just seems like she can do no wrong. In RQ, they've put in a lot of work on this map since we last saw them. Of course, the lineups, I think that Molly from Aluka as well, along with the lockdown, just pinching Sapphire out of the corners that they tried to find safety in. And now Sapphire, they're going to be calling their second timeout here. Remember, that was their bye round. They were going up against RRQ Kaguya's bonus, and RRQ still convert the round off the back of that lockdown. So for Sapphire, kind of staring down the barrel of a gun here. Not much to work with economically. Only 3 rounds necessary for RRQ to stake this map in their pocket. And they want to be sure that they've done everything they can to prevent that exact eventuality.
Round deficit, it's definitely there. 5 rounds before you actually reach that double digit for FULLSENSE. While speaking of double digits, that's RRQ already with 10 points, 2 rounds away for a match point here. This game so far that they're having. For Full Sense, they don't have that power coming in from like a cancel on that utility like Aluka does. They don't have that 0 point, so they really do have to deal with this nano swarms, the alarm bots that have been set up by Nabsky. And as far as I'm concerned, she's changing up the setups here and instead going on to B. This has been going on in A side since for so long, and at this round, she would have that change of pace. Polly trying to take the kills here, but that smoke makes it a little difficult for her. They pick up on one. That's Aluka towards Baby Teasy.
Nice opener there for Full Sense to start off with. They've been kind of conditioning that aggressiveness towards that B side for the last few rounds on defense. Now they switch things over towards A instead and are rewarded by the kill. They're really nice with these set plays. It seems like RRQ, they've done a lot of background prep work into this map, and they really managed to improve the kind of set plays that they're running as well. Unfortunately for Full Sense, like you mentioned, there's a reason why RRQ's comp is the meta comp for Sense, and the lack of that Killjoy as well as that KO is just really proving harmful for this particular roster. Now RRQ, they look to go into the side instead. It's so much damage being done to Jenny, only 6 HP left.
Just with the help of a nano swarm and some pre-fires, Navsky secures a tad bit of damage. 6 HP remaining, but they do have Alyssa to heal her up anyway. A secured plan for Full Sense side, but this might be a retake bound to happen as best shuts down Polly already. They do have that gravity well set up, but the TP not successful enough to make that kill happen. 3v2 situation. They cleared out back ends of the side, but there's still Jenny waiting patiently. They go for the defuse already quite confidently, leaving the last 2 remaining players to clear up the site.
I like Navsky for that. She just goes to stick the spike and she's like, you know what, my team has me. I believe in them. So just the kind of teamwork, trust that you really want to see from your team. And Navsky, she gets the defuse. Off the back of that round, I think that for the side of Full Sense, they're also going to be having that null command ready to go. And while Full Sense does find some damage with these Sheriff picks, it's just too many RRQ players that they have to deal with overall and not much more that they can really do. 5-11 right now. RRQ 2 rounds away from closing this map out, and they once again have the null command ready for Aluka to use on this retake situation. For Full Sense themselves, they still have those, in particular, the Seekers as well as the Cosmic Divide from Ginny, but they're just trying to scale up here for free. Turret positioned aggressively towards long for some information. On A short, which is where Navsky is playing as well. And now that that turret is broken, that's the first sign that there is some aggression to come towards the safe site.
They changed up again. Navsky on A this time around. They do have Seekers available in the hands of Alyssa. Ginny with the Cosmic Divide. But Muffin just lurking around the map and seeing if she can try to maybe get a pickoff away from RRQ. Lurking towards B main while the rest of the team tries to control mid, and that will not have any trade-offs at all as Muffin is left alone there on B main. They get the first kill onto Muffin here, and this gives away that mid is taken over by Full Sense. They do take market as well, and disrespecting that smoke is gonna be best. Ayumi to shut down one as the time goes by. 3v2 situation. Spike has been dropped. Baby TZ goes down, but the kill goes to Ginny instead. Aluka, the only person remaining from our RQ. Ginny, no clue where she might be. Oh, the barrel! I think she saw it! It's gonna be just leaking and peeking up closely but surely, and Aluka wins the duel instead. The information played out in the hands of RRQ onto a match point.
That round was so close. It went down to the wire there, and even though Jenny was able to bring it down to a 1v1, just the timing was not in favor. Aluka able to just walk up, creep up, and find that final kill. It was a nice try by Full Sense to be able to get it as far as they had, especially clearing out this backside and making sure the trades were favorable. But unfortunately, the position from Aluka was just a little bit too much for Ginny to deal with. And just like that RRQ, they find another defensive round. It's been a flawless half so far from them, and now they're about to close it out. Operator gonna come online for a Yumi finally, and they have a lot of these retake ultimates available. Still the null command in their pockets here, and Full Sense, unfortunately for them, the showstopper is the only real ult that they have to work with, so they're gonna have to be very careful about how they use it.
They do have the walls from a Viper to play around with, especially trying to take cover and trying to gain control towards mid or that map control, denying any vision from RRQ side. And the operator in play with Ayumi in the corner as well. She takes up 1 kill at a time here, and that's first towards Polly, and she still waits and looking through A main, taking care of that. And now Full Sense, you can see the rotations that they do. There's an operator, might as well go on B, but that is already the ult, the null command popped by Aluka. No utilities whatsoever, no Viper Spit, not even the chance to maybe smoke up the site as well.
Yeah, the null command really buying a little bit more time here, maybe for a possible rotation. And Muffin, she's gonna be controlling this rotation completely by herself. The 3 players from FULLSENSE who are coming in towards B main, they're gonna have to win out the fight. That said though, Muffin on the lurk, able to find at least that first one. Yoden still looking to do some damage here towards the back side, but it's just far out of utility to come in. Aluka and Napski between them, looking to close out these kills. However, Kitty the IGL, she finds a couple for herself and brings it down to a 2v2 scenario. There's gonna be enough time for the spike plan to come in, and now Full Sense, all they have to do is hold on to the site. Both players, that's gonna be where they're positioned. No ultimates available for the retake attempt. Although with the operator in Ayumi's hands, it's gonna be a little bit more awkward for them to go on the retake. Up at that first point of contact, she's able to TP out after getting the kill, and now it's just gonna fall onto Zester's shoulders. Queenie will take her down, and Full Sense, they finally win a round of their attacking.
So close though, too close for comfort here in the hands of Full Sense. And you see how they try and bait out the position here of the players, but in the end, Full Sense, they do actually caught someone on mid while trying to rotate. Not only that, Ginny was able to clear the back ends of the site. That bolt house was essential for them to take and really secure this round. 6-12, it's still a long way to go for Full Sense, but as we say from the previous days as well, one step at a time.
Brick by brick, that's how you do build an entire house. And you're right, it's only 6 more rounds that they need to make sure this map doesn't go in their favor. Ayumi again tucked into the corner though, plays spoil sport on Polly as she satchels in. And that early take being found by RQ, it's gonna throw a little bit of a spanner in the works for Full Sense. They're gonna be pulling out the operator of their own as Muffin pops the tour de force. Not gonna be able to find any picks off the back of it yet though, as it does seem like Full Sense they're opting to rotate towards B instead. Napski's still on site waiting to play spoils for it, and she has Aluka for company this time.
Napski has been great so far, but it seems like the other players of RRQ wanting to come over and top what score she has already. Aluka fires away with that Odin. She still has a knife as well to check on how many players. They can't smoke this up. The Astra has been detected. The suppress is there. And now with the Hunter's Fury being popped as well, this might be them trying to just find a kill, a damage towards the players of Full Sense here. Damage has been done towards Baby TZ, not enough to kill her though. Aluka holding down with that Odin, dies off with the Guardian instead. Alisa to creep up, but instead the trade doesn't come in. Too late for that. Napski secures the double kill already. Time is ticking away. They plant the spike right now. Is it gonna be successful? It's not, and that is already the win for RRQ.
RRQ take the map 13-6, a dominant performance coming out from them, especially after that side swap coming in. And of course, I think that for RRQ's side, that win was made completely possible thanks to their heroic Sentinel player. That is why Killjoy always had the highest pick percentage on us, even when the Chamber meta was in full swing, by the way. And of course, Napski, I think by the end of the game, she had, what, 34 kills? We gotta look at the scoreboard to be sure, yeah.
Definitely more than 30 for sure.
Oh yeah, she had 30
more
like before
than
this
30.
round even started, yeah.
really, really good game coming in from Namski here. And to top on that, aside from the rounds that we saw, it's also the other players of RRQ stepping up to the plate here and really capitalizing on what utilities they have, those 0 points connecting and making it more difficult for both of the smokers to actually make something happen on the site and set up for the rest of the team. But nevertheless, this can be explained more further by our wonderful panelists, so I'll pass you on to them. Reirachu and Raf, please do take it away.
RRQ with that near picture perfect second half, clearing FULLSENSE Sapphire and map 1 of the lower bracket final. And I don't think we expected the second half coming out from them, right? 5-7 going in, and then they almost 5-13 by the end there, Raf.
Well, you know, the only explanation is Namski just does not like playing Ascent. So she had to get rid of it, you know, get it out of the way as quickly as possible. But, you know, kind of reeling it back just a little bit. I feel like what was really lacking on the side of FULLSENSE was their ability to just kind of have any sort of meaningful hold on the site. Yes, they invested so much on routing the safest way possible towards whatever point of interest that they want to go to. But the sacrifice was the post plans were just that much weaker, and all these combative or combat-oriented utility coming their way was just a little too much to handle. I mean, still big props to Ginny for really trying to keep her team afloat, but FULLSENSE, man, it just looked like they got the wind knocked out of their sails with RRQ's performance.
Yeah, Ginny, you know, she definitely had that standout performance on the Astra 2314. She's 340 ACS on the losing team. And I think that's double, yeah, easily double the ACS of any of the rest of her teammates. But the standout performance absolutely star of the show has to go over to Namski, 34-7 on the Killjoy, over 400 ACS. I think that's the maybe at least the third time that we've even seen an ACS that high in the 400s this whole week. And looking at more of the stats, we've got the 7 out of 8 post plant going the way for RQ Kaguya. FULLSENSE Sapphire, however, only 1 out of 5 post plans. And I think that's also one of the issues, right, that FULLSENSE Sapphire had this time around, you know, just map control, or like being able to hold site, right? Not quite where I think they wanted to be.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, right, with every point of interest that FULLSENSE wanted to take, they're very successful and they were very, very hard to contest. But once they had to kind of pack up and get their utility somewhere else, it's just that massive cooldown and just that long time to set up for, you know, the more optimal holds that kind of gave RRQ an extra pep in their step and just the right amount of time to basically let Namski hate on Ascent even more.
Bruh, 5.4 KDA. She's literally more than 1v5ing at that point.
Many times.
5 plus KDA. What does that even look like? How? I don't understand. She was like, call an ambulance, but not for me. I mean, RRQ, they're definitely making a statement in this map 1 of our second series of the day. You know, earlier in the afternoon, you know, they can kind of forget that series. You know, they looked a bit shaky. Maybe it was the warm-up in the afternoon game. We're not really sure, but I'm so hyped for this series. I mean, I hope we get 3 maps of this, Raf.
I think it might look that way, you know. Maybe FULLSENSE just need to wake up a little bit more. Sometimes teams will have a very, very rough start to the day, rough start to the series, and maybe that's just what's happening. You know, FULLSENSE is a team you can never really count out.
Exactly. I mean, I think before this map, RQ were 1-6 in series losses versus FULLSENSE Sapphire this year. Map score was something like 3-12. This time though, they're gonna make it that 4-12. But boy, what a time for them to step things up. Guys, get some popcorn, grab a snack, because we'll be right back. very be the very last map for today. We're in our second series of the day between RQ Kaguya and FULLSENSE Sapphire. After that absolute shellacking that was the second half of map number 1, like, what can we expect in this map number 2?
I don't think I've heard that word in the last 10 years or so, but you know what?
Hey.
I don't know what to expect. That was just that totally got me off guard. But here we are, map 2.
My age is showing.
No, it's not. It's just that actually caught me off guard. You know what? Let's take it. Let's take a step back. We're gonna go on to Lotus. We're going to. I feel like though. Okay. Now we're back. So Ascent is a map that's very default heavy. It can be very stalematey. I feel like Lotus is the opposite experience. I think it's still very pendulum like. We see so many 12-1s. We see so many 11-0 comebacks on Lotus that it's crazy. And I feel like FULLSENSE is still one of those teams that can really reel it back, get their footing right, and basically just kind of get their engines going. But with how RRQ have been playing, they're also making a great case of sweeping the series today.
Oh boy, I don't think anyone would have had that on their bingo card coming into today, but I mean, Lotus, also the stats for this map for these two teams are kind of interesting because, you know, this is the 8th time that we are seeing these two teams face off against each other, and as we mentioned before, RQ are only 4-12 in terms of map score. However, one of those 4 wins was on Lotus, but it is like I think it's like a 3-1 in favor of FULLSENSE on this map. But you know, when you're looking at the entire map pool and you're looking at chances for RQ to perform well against FULLSENSE Sapphire, on the fact that they're not able to play Sunset, I think Lotus is going to be one of their best bets. They've traditionally had some success on Pro also, but you know, we're not going to see it at Elite this time around. So it might be a 2-0, Raph. It might be a 2-0.
Just bring back Pearl, bring back Icebox, bring back Fracture. We'll make everybody happy. I'm just saying. That's $1 million idea right there. But going back onto Lotus here, I feel like there's been quite a bit of data being, or rather has been presented for FULLSENSE to study today, but it also could be a ploy. You know, I'm really still not that big of a fan of the Gecko pick on the side of RRQ because I'm still not sure if it brought the temperance they needed to kind of find that level of just stability for RRQ, or was it just kind of a bit of a clash with how they usually play? Because at the same time, they had a wonderful defensive half against, you know, the previous team earlier today, but that was only because Alka was also being a little more aggressive with that operator and letting that utility be second fiddle to her primary objective, which was, you know, using that operator to be the initial doorstop for this team.
Yeah, and I don't know if we'll see the Gecko once again. Oh, they are. I didn't know if it was just going to be like a, you know, earlier series pulling it out, but they are going to go all in on the Gecko once again. So, I mean, they probably practiced this a whole bunch before Elite, but it wasn't the composition that we're used to traditionally seeing them play on Lotus. So Sky raised Omen, Cypher, as well as Gecko. FULLSENSE Sapphire, Raze, Omen, Killjoy, Viper, and Fade, though I think the Fade is going to be a particularly interesting one that we might see from them. I think FULLSENSE generally tend to run Sky on Lotus, so a bit of a mix-up for them too.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, I just feel like the Gecko isn't necessarily a bad pick for this map in particular. I just think it's stylistically so different from what we see from Kaguya, which can be incredibly execute heavy, super burst heavy, and if they need to get that utility back for Aloka to reset up again, it just takes so much of an investment.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know, Raph. This could go to one kind of giving comeback. It's kind of giving a lower into number 2.
Already got little bro over sense after that defense that we saw coming out of them. And now going down to these two teams, they placed stuff already on Lotus once in that upper bracket where FULLSENSE, they were able to RRQ down after a 13-6 victory on Lotus. This is RRQ's chance for revenge though. If they can beat FULLSENSE on this map, they will not only lock themselves a spot in that grand final against SMG tomorrow, they will also find redemption for themselves, which is always a nice thing to have.
It is. They've played this map a while ago, but sorry, Wingman, you have to go in server now. And we're gonna see you in a bit later on, blending the spike. But anyway, we are finally either at the last map or on to the second to the last map that we're looking at here for today. And just want to first give out a huge shout out, of course, to all the people who are watching right now. Even PRX is tuning in. And by the way, Boaster is also watching.
Ooh, all right. We got a stacked watch party vibe going on here.
I can't dance 7 by Jungkook like you, Boaster, but I guess I give it to you this time around. Anyway, without further ado, this is going to be that pistol round we're looking after. RQ on the defense, FULLSENSE on that offensive side. Ayumi, though, first shot, first kill towards Alyssa.
Already huge opener there, and with the Viper taken out, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult for these executes to come in, especially since that Viper wall is so useful for those lurks onto that A side. I think that for FULLSENSE, losing her early on is definitely gonna be a huge blow. That said though, they look to reconsider going towards the C side instead. There's still that Cypher utility waiting to play Spoil Sport, and with that dark cover coming in, that's the cue for FULLSENSE to try and execute into sight. It's a smoke to cross over here, and the Haunt as well. It's gonna spot out these players as they go forward.
Still a 5v3 situation here. Iceberg shuts yet again another player, but this Classics has been working out greatly for them. Perfect flash as well as Snapsky secures that 4v1, and it's all down to Ginny fighting for her life, but Iceberg still finds her away. That first round goes to the side of RRQ.
Really nice shots to come out across the board here. And of course, we've talked about the way that teams play Lotus before, right? Always it's the elevation that you use, which is why you often see Omen picked on this map over any of the other controllers. It's that high-low setup that just made it impossible for for FULLSENSE to really take any more space on that site. RRQ, they start off strong with the pistol, now going in for that FPX buy, kind of, not really. They are going to be saving 2 players on just the pistols here and possible upgrades to come in the next one. But the judge on Ayumi, that's what I have my eyes on, because we've seen that judge just decimate players round after round on different maps alike.
Especially like in Split, right? But Lotus the same. They do have that good choke points for a judge to settle in corners to really hold on to. Trailblazer already destroyed here, but gives away info that there's a lot of people on to C long. Quickly destroyed through the smoke though, so not that full information that they truly need. They go for that re-smoke onto C long. They take on information yet again with that flash coming in from Bess. And so far, no movements at all. It's a re-hit onto C. They're just waiting for that intel. They're waiting for that timing. Muffin already onto the side. Elbow isn't cleared out as they shut down players left and right. Alyssa and Polly, though, to save the day for the time being for FULLSENSE to recover and plant the spike.
3-3 situation. Now the flake coming in. Alyssa, Aluka pushing forward off the back of Dizzy. But there's no players from FULLSENSE to be found towards that side of the map. In fact, both towards CT. And Alyssa tries to go for the swing here, but Aluka shuts her down. It's all gonna come down to Baby TC. She's able to isolate that first kill at the very least. Nanoswarm to buy time as the choke goes off as well. But with 18 HP left, how much more can she really do? Wingman already looking for the defuse here, and Ayumi will find that final kill. And RRQ will confirm their second round. That said though, FULLSENSE, they made it quite expensive here to be able to take down 2 of these players. Remember though, of the 3 players that they found, 2 of them only had Ghost to work with. So economically, I think we might even see a full buy coming out of this FULLSENSE squad. This RRQ squad if they choose to do that for the next round, because they just have so much money to work with.
True that. Economy is definitely in their favor here, and the judge on the final moments still worked out in the end. A clean 2-0 for the side of RRQ. They do have those Bulldogs, Sheriffs on their hands, and still the judge from a while ago as well. Full sense though, half armors on some of the players here, but a full buy, to say the least, on that assault rifles. They want to take up space and control, map control, definitely on the side of RRQ, as a Yumi is just trying to creep up through the smokes of this Viper. No one is there though. This gives awareness to the rest of the RRQ squad that there's no one on A.
Shadows traveling.
Already so much space being taken as well. So, like you mentioned, valuable information gained by RRQ, and off the back of that, they look to once again play a bit more aggressively towards the C side. A, in fact, it can be left completely open. You see the rotations coming in and the stack towards B instead. FULLSENSE not quite having decided where they want to go, still sticking onto this default, finally looking to regroup outside C, it seems like. And if you look at who is on C, it is going to be Cypher as well as Omen, so a little bit of stalling visibility still available. The satchel play from Muffin though, it opens up the space. She finds that opening kill onto Iceberg here, and that's going to be what they need to really take control and get that spike down. Boombot to find that presence towards the other side as well, and Bess, she swings back with a couple. Her and Aluka between them shut down Muffin and Polly. That's two rifles that RRQ can now retrieve, and FULLSENSE, they're going to have to be careful about this post plan because they're now at a disadvantage.
Bait and switch working out in their favor so far. It's 4v3, but of course the pressure is definitely there. Alyssa to get one, quickly trade what kill they got from that, but it's very hard to make a retake scenario, or rather a post-plan scenario, happen if it's only the last two remaining players on too long, and there's also that wingman being thrown out to try and defuse the spike. The sound cues just definitely not in the favor of FULLSENSE here, and a good convert from RRQ's side on that bonus round.
Yeah, Little Bro ended up going down, but he took one for the team. That's a great bonus that RRQ were able to win out 3-0 right now, really extending their lead here. And they're slowly but surely charging up these ultimates as well. One off of the Seekers, 3 off the Showstopper, 2 off the Thrash, and of course Neural Theft already ready to go for Navsky. Economy as well in a great spot after winning that bonus. And for FULLSENSE's side, unfortunately, it's going to be them lying a little bit behind. Once again, the aggression to come through. The Viper wall, though, letting FULLSENSE scale up quite a bit. Alyssa, in fact, with the hero rifle to take out Bess with that pixel angle, so that's first blood in FULLSENSE's favor.
They do move further away as well. They know that there's one pick-off happening already. And Ayumi to hold on to trees here. Let's see if she can. The paranoia connects perfectly. A double paranoia from the teammate as well. But this pushes further, or this pushes FULLSENSE back away. In this space, in this kind of scenario, it's already that hyper rotation from RRQ, expecting it to be a site, but slowly we're seeing them pull away and realizing that it's not yet an A hit, it's not yet on the site itself.
Yeah, they've left C for the retake, kind of, and it seems like they are finally realizing it, that C is a bit vulnerable. Since Wingman did find nothing, they're gonna push over to try and stack up on that C site instead. Our FULLSENSE, though, they're already on site here, being able to just power through, and already in the corner, it's Navsky to try and find the damage here. Will be forced back, though, as the Showstopper sound comes in, and oh my, the angle is just perfect for Navsky. She takes on both Muffin and Polly. Neural Theft to now come out here, smoke out the remaining position of these players. 2v2 situation as Alyssa still finds the kill here. And Navsky, she's looking to do the damage. Viper's pick now invested. The sprays, they're not connecting. It's still gonna be Navsky versus the world, and she finds the kills. RRQ, they deny the spike from even going down, and despite FULLSENSE investing so much in the round, the Showstopper, the Viper's pit, and it being an eco, they just aren't able to convert it. 4-0 now for RRQ.
They did a huge investment here, and it must be on a call and a timeout right now in a 4-0. They used up the Showstopper here, pushing forward through that smoke, but Navsky with better positioning was also able to recover and get the kill from the reinforcement that Showstopper had. Aside from that, pulling out that Viper's pit just to secure maybe a plant for the time being on their sake, or for their sake, just didn't work out as planned, as one of the players of FULLSENSE was already shut down beforehand as well. We are now into a 4-0, and this timeout is a much needed timeout from FULLSENSE side. We do see the trash coming up online in Aluka's favor as well. So we seen it, we watched it from that first series a while ago, and could really give a lot of value in RRQ's hands.
Yeah, I mean, when Alyssa was at attack in that first series, I think she had it ready to go every 2 or 3 rounds. So Aluka definitely one of the best players I've seen when it comes to charging up that Gecko ultimate. But talking about ultimates themselves, right? Araki have been really good at just staggering their usage. So far, of course, they haven't really needed too much of them because they've had so many of these rounds with that economic advantage. But I think that neural theft coming through in that last round really was that difference maker. Knowing that nobody had crossed through onto side directly, let them spray through that Viper's pit, and with one of the players being as low as they was, it was basically a guaranteed kill at that point. Finally, another buy coming in for the FULLSENSE side. One thing that I would like to see FULLSENSE doing a little bit better is getting control of these ultimate orbs. I think that they finally realized that as well, which is why they're putting a little bit more pressure towards C and getting that one early on here. That said, though, Operator now gonna be online and it's taking up so much space towards A main. So again, that's just a lot of information available for the side of RRQ.
Information is key indeed. Muffin to take one and Alyssa to pull out down as well. That's Snapsky. No more traps here. 3v5 situation. Throwing off and preparing for that post plan immediately. The nano swarms has been set here. Best, on the other hand, invested that flash to see if there is someone on CT's side. No dogs, no trailblazer, but we do have and see that double satchel that Ayumi can use. The flash not connecting at all, but Ayumi to connect the shots instead. Muffin takes on the peak and Best to go down. They have no control over CT here and they might go and opt for a save instead. They do have that operator anyway and won't want to give that away.
Yeah, for a second you could see Ayumi considering if she did want to use the showstopper, but it's a 2v4, and especially with that operator in Aluka's hand, it's gonna be so difficult to really retake that space in time. So RRQ making the pragmatic call here to hold on to that op for that next round. They still have these ultimates available, the showstopper as well as the thrash, just no real way to use it. But talking about Sapphire themselves in that round, that was just such a nice side take that they pulled across, really not giving any time for the rest of RRQ to rotate over, and the realization that okay, we've lost control of that A side completely, which means that odds are it's going to be a heavy stack towards that particular side, and you could see them almost ready for that high-low setup that we've seen coming out of RRQ so often on this defense, just pre-fires to take out the players who were trying to anchor down the side. The operator, though, it's switching over here, and it's going to be a free kill for Aluka on the white peak. Holy, just not expecting that heavy presence to be coming out of RRQ, and that's just a free kill. No potential of a trade either.
No potential of a trade indeed. The smoke or re-smoke from Iceberg helps out Aluka to move further away and reposition herself safely as well. They do have a lot of utilities to play around here. Nightfall being used up, but it's just dry peaks here. No smokes on the stairs. Muffin already on the site itself. They want to take control, but so far it's trades after trades. The showstopper connecting as well. That's coming from Ayumi. Alyssa to shut down one, but it's all up to her. With a paranoia settling in, the spike not planted, no pressure at all for RRQ's hand. They know it's gonna be trees, and that's Aluka to take cover.
One more. Sorry, buddy.
Aluka with the peek, the swing, and the kill with the op. RRQ, they get to 5. A really nice attempt at FULLSENSE for an execute on this A side once they figure out the operator's position. But just this peak from Napsky and the support that she was able to consistently give her teammates through trades, I think that made that round pretty much impossible for the side of FULLSENSE to really make anything happen. Still gotta be holding on to a couple of these ultimates. I think for Sapphire, their best hope is to get that lockdown online as soon as possible and maybe use that to either confirm a site or get a little bit more presence. You can see that they're looking to contest for the orb here, which is why that early Prowler will be used to take up space. Aluka still with that operator, looking to do some damage here. Second Prowler comes out as well. It's about who peeks into the swing, and Muffin! An absolutely cracked shot to shut down Aluka just like that.
No more operator setup, as we would say, and shutting down Aluka is one step away from making a take happen, but we do see some repositioning here. They do that push and pull, and they pull away right now, trying to recover C control here, but so far no one to be seen at all from the side of RRQ. No one pushed up as well, but speaking of pushed up, that's Ayumi waiting patiently. Good smoke though. to really cover up that space with a swing from Ayumi. She knows already there's going to be a lot of players. Perfect flash as well. Now repositioning, but that's going to be catching, or that's going to be Ginny catching her instead. The double kill settles in for Best, but Alyssa quickly trades it off, making it a 2v2 situation.
Rotation already there as well. Now one enemy in the corner, looking to do some damage. Again, though, Alyssa's there for the trade, so she's gonna bring it down to a 1v1. Iceberg already on site. 25 seconds, no time to rotate either. It's gonna come down to the timing of these peaks. Iceberg, she spots out the player, fakes the TP, and it seems like Alyssa will just be taking the spike over towards B instead. The door is open. She's gonna be able to get that spike down. Unfortunately, no Viper Spit available, but at least the reposition will keep Iceberg guessing. Now in a 1v1, Alyssa pushing towards CT instead, holding down the space. I think that if she can clear all of this out, she will expect Iceberg to be coming around from the other side. Iceberg does have a dark cover to work with, will be putting it down over the spike and taps it. Now just has to figure out where exactly Alyssa's playing. 1v1 and the timing, it's perfect for Iceberg. She wins out the kill, and RRQ, they get to 6.
Shameful
That's gonna be the problem if you don't have any info, not knowing where the enemy might be, and especially going up against an Omen here that can quickly smoke up the spike, and you not having any clue at all anymore what is happening underneath the covers. This is a round yet again taken away by RRQ with very, very micro adjustments from their gameplays, their game styles. And you've seen multiple times that for the side of FULLSENSE, this round started out great. They got a pick off, making it a 5v4, but the shutdowns coming in from RRQ, it's always that double kill.
I think they're also, RRQ have been so good to respond even in these situations where they're a player down. I think that the fact that so many of these rounds, their players are just able to swing out and find a double kill and even numbers up has proved to be in their favor. I think last round it was really Iceberg and Best who were able to pull that off, do the damage possible. Now FULLSENSE on a bit of an eco round, look to push into the C site. It's gonna be up close though. Ayumi with the sprays already to find 4 kills in fact. Angel finding another 2 on track for the ace, and she gets it to herself. Ayumi, all of the kills coming in. Second ace of the day, I believe. And it will be RRQ to find 7 in a very explosive round for sure.
What a setup coming in from RRQ. That ace was set up completely for Ayumi to take. It was just her, about her, hitting her shots. They do have Aluka on Waterfall, already throwing up the Dizzy. Aside from that, they also do have that Paranoia. Aside from that, you also have the Sky flashing out C-Long. How can you not get an ace when you have a setup like that? It just so happens that she or they were all there in C-Long as well.
I'm sorry, that round is still shocking to anybody who was watching. The worst part is that Muffin, she invested her showstopper to try and stop Ayumi there, and Ayumi still dodged it thanks to that satchel play. It really takes you back to I think it was on Bind. It was Nuki playing, and he just satchels in mid-air to dodge the showstopper off the opponent. It just takes you back all the way to the fundamentals of Valorant. So really a nice play to come out of Ayumi, and she will have her own showstopper still in her pocket as well for this round. So that's huge. Prowler doesn't clear out Iceberg, so she's still gonna be tucked away into the corner here. Ginny now with the Haunts looking to take space on this B side. With it being broken early on, it's just a possibility of Iceberg to find these kills. Instead, though, it's gonna be the rotation to come out of the FULLSENSE side, perhaps expecting the C side to look a little bit more empty, and they would be right on their guess.
That is a little scary. They don't know. They didn't know Iceberg was there and thought there's no one. They checked it up, but this is already the Cypher traps being triggered. They know it's gonna be that C hit. They have that Viper Spit. They have to act quickly as well as Polly puts down Ayumi. At least there's not much pressure on this player as well. A 4v3 scenario. The use of the lockdown. It's FULLSENSE on the post plant.
And in this Viper Split, the visibility for Alyssa gonna be miles ahead of anybody else. Already able to find Iceberg as she tries to push in. 2v4 situation now, and FULLSENSE, they seem to hold all the cards here. Heavy investment into the round with both of these ultimates coming in, but that just makes them confirm that they want to win, and being as behind as they are, Best tries to make something happen. Napsky to find at least one kill, but it's still going to be a full sense round all the way here. The defaults and the quiet walk-ins finally working out in their favor. And of course, the usage of the lockdown and the Viper's Pit confirmed the round for them, which will bring them to 2 here. That said though, for RRQ, they're gonna have to feel pretty happy about that one, because even though they lose the round, they still draw out these ultimates, so that's one less thing they have to worry about in this next one.
Well invested though in the hands of Alyssa to really try and secure the point that we have right here for FULLSENSE right now. And I don't know what will happen in that round if that Viper's Pit was not committed anyway. But look at this. RRQ, they do have a showstopper, they do have a trash, and I feel like this would go hand in hand in combination when push comes to shove.
Push comes to shove. A lot of pressure here on Sapphire's shoulders, already down that first map, and now looking at a huge lead slipping out of their hands in RQ's favor. You can see that Sapphire, they're just not sure how to approach this. I think these fast and heavy hits on C have been the rounds that they're winning so far, but it's necessitated some crucial ultimate usage as well. They're going to be able to farm up Ginny's Nightfall, getting ready for the execute itself, and that's going to be the cue for them to launch in onto the site. Once again left open for the retake here. Napsky forced to fall back thanks to the Nightfall, and you can already see the utility usage coming through as well. Immediately gonna get broken, and it's Napsky inside the smoke to find only one kill. Polly immediately there for the refrag. Still a 4v4.
Still a 4v4 like you said here, but trash already being used up. Right now, is there anyone who's gonna get caught by this? The jump is there. The Viper still stunned, but it's all out to Aluka. She's the only woman remaining right now. She still has a wingman. She managed to pick up that kill as well. But definitely, there's gonna be that delay from the Nano Swarms. For how long, though? She taps on the spike, luring out the enemies. She sees one Baby TC to go down. Not sure where the Viper is. There's gonna be the classic shot. Is it gonna connect? She's still alive. Oh! The clutch settles in. Is it gonna be enough time to defuse the spike, though? No!
Oh, that was the most insane 1v3, but just not enough time left. 1.65 seconds. That was all that was necessary for the full clutch to come out of Aluka there. But still, she does the damage in the process, taking out all of these players. A really, really nice try coming out of her for sure. At the end, though, it's Alyssa who has brought enough time on the clock for FULLSENSE to confirm that round there. And 7-3. There's a risk of this half ending much closer than Kaguya would have liked, which means they're going to be calling the timeout for themselves now. Sapphire already having used one. I think that for Kaguya, the biggest problem has been on the C side. All of these rounds that they've lost, it's come down to the fact that they just haven't been able to really figure out a good way to retake, especially if they don't have a lot of these ults in their pocket. Like if Ayumi or Best goes down early on, or if Napsky gets shut down like we just saw, there's going to be none of those ults really available for them to use info or take some space on that site itself. So I think that for RRQ, it might be a little bit better for them to either play hyper aggressive like they have on C in the past, or at least try to hold on to their lives so that they can use those ults in conjunction like we've seen before.
Imagine seeing that C take again from RRQ and it works out, right? You just never know. Ayumi already has that showstopper available, and the setup that we saw a while ago is only coming from that flashes from Aluka, from Iceberg, from Bess to help her out. So you just never know. It is a little scary, and that was C a while ago. And you can see how they're setting this up right now. And so far, though, if they don't hear any intel, any info, in that end, this wouldn't be successful. And I think FS is quite aware of that as well.
Where are we?
Yeah, FULLSENSE. They have had their ups and downs so far today, but they've been quick to like really readjust here. Now, FULLSENSE, they're running onto this B side right now. Aluka has all of this information, and in fact, it's going to be best to find that first kill with the spray through. However, Aluka gets taken down by the Molly. Baby TC's utility doing enough damage in the process. Now they look for a rotation over towards the opposite side. Baby TC finding another kill, this time onto Iceberg here. The neural theft that will reveal that FULLSENSE, they're taking over this A site, but FULLSENSE themselves will still have the numbers advantage. If Polly is a little bit low, so it's gonna come down to whether or not this retake works out. Showstopper coming out right now. Ayumi looking to satchel forward, do the damage, spotting out Ginny, finds the kill, brings it down to a 3v3. Still though, there's a lot of space that the team still has to take. Napsky with a second, Napsky with another, and now it's all down to Alyssa. A 1v3, she finds the first one heal through, but it might be enough here. Alyssa for all three, she gets the clutch in full sense. They're on a 4th round.
What?
Insane!
Such a mishap
round
coming
in the
in
half.
here, especially in a 2v1 scenario. And this is already information given.
Enemy remain.
At the end of that round, they knew exactly where Alyssa would be. Ayumi saw her already. But instead, I don't know what happened there for RRQ side. And this goes to show, like, from the previous games that we also saw them on, it seems like it's always that middle of the game where the ball is a little dropped in their end. And if it continues, it might have that momentum swing towards FS. And like you mentioned a while ago, Zach, we might be seeing much of a closer round in the first half compared to what we were expecting from the first initial rounds we saw.
I mean, it was 7-1 at some point. So yeah, definitely FULLSENSE being able to adjust and bring it back is huge for them. They're not giving up on that grand final attempt quite yet, I gotta say. Even if RRQ were a map ahead and several rounds ahead, they finally seem to have swung the momentum back in their favor, though. Economy in this last round looking a little bit dicey for this RRQ squad. That said, though, no ultimates available for either side, so it's just gonna come down to superior gunplay. Muffin already being able to find that opener as she satchels in. Besto still on site, looking to play spoil sport here. Turret, it might not spot her out in time, and a beautiful Dizzy to catch out a player. Still coverage there from the rest of the FULLSENSE squad, and they're able to hold and keep themselves alive. 4v3 situation, numbers in favor of FULLSENSE. Like he's trying to satchel in, be a hero, but it's gonna be Baby TZ to stop her. Now just Aluka and Iceberg versus the world here. Polly takes down Iceberg, and it's just Aluka now in the corner. Has to somehow try to isolate the skills first. Problem gonna be Baby TZ, and Baby TZ puts her down. 7-5 is how we're ending the half here. FULLSENSE, they make it closer than anyone could have reckoned after the start that RRQ had.
What a half we have right here, Zach. From having that one side, now we are very close to a 7-5. Let's hear what the panel thinks about this first half. Reirachu and Raf, how are you guys?
I mean, I'm on the edge of my seat, but oh my god!
She got scared.
Is that-
There was a loud noise outside.
Is that not Manju? That's not Manju.
It is.
It is
but
Manju. I get your dog names mixed up because they're so cute. But I mean, what does Manju think about the 7-5 half? Because FSF are trying their darndest to claw victory from the jaws of a defeat. What do we think?
So, Manju was telling me that the biggest point of contention from the first half was definitely that first point of contact. I mean, as soon as FULLSENSE figured out that there's a little bit of lag on the side of RRQ when it comes to transitioning from one protocol to the other, that's when they kind of started being a little more aggressive. It started very slow on the side of FULLSENSE, you know, where they were once again trying to set up that springboard for that very, very important first pick. And after that, they were just basically not allowing RRQ to plant their feet for the retake or for whatever they had in mind. Now, with that being said, I feel like this is a sign on RRQ's side that they're having a little bit of analysis paralysis. And hopefully on the attacking side, they don't suffer the same fate they had on that Sunset map earlier today, which was kind of overplaying. Again, just to reiterate, they were reverse clearing with a lot of difficulty for no apparent reason. When they stayed true to their basics, they played super, super well. And that's all Manju has to say.
All right, well, you know what? I think that Manju is absolutely right. We're gonna go back into game to figure out if Manju's the prophet of Game Changers APAC herself. Ladies, back over to you.
Manju's too cute. How can you not believe her, right? Like, who would lie? if she's so cute. But anyway, good recovery here from FULLSENSE side, Zach. And so far, it's been working out great in their favor. Like Raph said a while ago and mentioned, they have been, or actually understanding the protocol that RRQ tries to make whenever on that defense and whenever they change up the pace.
Yeah, I think FULLSENSE, they've definitely managed to recalibrate and figure out exactly what RRQ was doing on the defense, especially in those last few rounds. They were able to just restabilize themselves, but with that side swap coming in, it's going to be FULLSENSE's turn on this defender's side. Already Ginny, the one to start things off here with that opening kill. Immediate trade there for Mayumi, but the utility on side, it's still playing havoc here. In close corners, though, it's best with the classic to sing out herself, bringing things down back into RRQ's favor. Just Alyssa like trying to do the damage, the right click not working out, and now it's Polly in a 1v3. However, these players, they're going to be tagged up a reasonable amount, so with this ghost, Polly might still be able to do something. The problem is the spike plant itself. It's completely open here, and Polly needs to figure out where the boost plant is for the RRQ squadron. Wingman comes out, the spike gets tapped, the flash as well, and the barrage of utility, it's enough to shut down Polly completely as RRQ, they take into their pistol. I think that's 4 out of 4 pistols so far for the RRQ squad.
Yeah.
No, it's 3 out of 4 because FULLSENSE won that first one.
Definitely, for sure. Their pistol is definitely standing up against these players, against the teams that we have here on Elite. Perfectly set up, perfectly timed as well when it comes to the util play here. Aluka throwing that wingman away. They basically knew where she would be and where the last player of FULLSENSE would be. Gave space to Iceberg, or for Iceberg to hop out and get the final kill. Pistol rounds, though, that's the first step. But this time around, RRQ, they do have that Bulldogs, they do have that Spectres, and even a Marshal in the hands of Aluka. Well, we've seen her from a while ago really bringing out the action with the Operator. I couldn't say otherwise when it comes to this Marshal as well when it hits.
I'm surprised we didn't see her pick up that Operator more in that first half, but it could honestly be her time to shine in the second one. But it seems like RRQ once again going for a pretty straightforward execute on this B side, or at least giving them the appearance. They look to rotate towards C instead, possibly with the door being open, but again, it's just a false alarm here coming in. You do see the backstab already coming through. Alyssa, along with 2 of her teammates, just taking up so much space towards C long. If the side of Sapphire RRQ do decide to rotate, it could lead to a lot of problems. Now the door opening, they look to come in. Aluka with a fadeaway shot onto Baby One, it takes her down. Bess and Iceberg also chime in with a couple of kills on their own, and now it's just down to Ginny. She finds at least that first pick onto the Cypher there, and Bess is just waiting around the corner to find that second kill. 9-5 right now. RRQ 4 rounds away from eliminating their opponents and locking in that grand final spot.
They are, and at the same time, the classic shots hitting and only good for 1 here from Ginny's side. Couldn't do much anymore as the position has been given away as well. And they weren't able to secure more kills on that buy coming in from RRQ. That means only one thing, that they're going to still have those Bulldogs, Spectres, and a lot of economy cushion to recover for the next following rounds. Ginny flashed out, but really creeping up is some of the players.
Oh my god.
To get 1 and even 2 with Polly going down. This 2 troublemakers onto A main already killed off.
Yeah, Muffin and Polly, we've seen that aggression to come out of the race before towards this ace side, but RRQ, if they can do it, they can also expect an immediate response from Polly there. From Iceberg there rather, to take down both Polly and Muffin, bringing the numbers back in RRQ's favor. That's also rifles that the squadron could possibly retrieve here, and you can see Ayumi watching for the cross. The moment this gun gets picked up, there might be a swing through to come in, and Alyssa, she does it to perfection. Things back down to a 3v3. Aluka looking to open the door, maybe create some pressure on that B side. Instead, the Spike's still in possession of this RRQ squad. In fact, they do look to rotate towards B instead. Nobody really playing on site. However, that door being open, it will make things a little bit more possible for the side of FULLSENSE to take more control. Still a 3v3 though. Ginny, if she can win this fight, it might decide the round here and how it plays out. She gets 1, but Ayumi there for the refrag here. 2v2.
was just gonna say that trash is available up online because of that plant on the spike. But look at this, perfect on that paint chills. They know exactly where to throw it, especially with the Yumi, even on that satchel play. They know this exactly. Baby TZ to already defuse the spike might be able to, but the hop out from Nabsky just in time to not let the round slip away. RRQ on a double-digit scoreline here, Zach.
That was their bonus round as well. Remember, Sapphire, that was their full buy going up against RRQ Kaguya's bonus, but RRQ, despite having only Bulldogs to work with, they still do so much damage, and of course, that post-plant coming out of them towards the end. I think the fact that it was Ayumi to win out this fight, get a refrag on the paint shells, and after that, just try to play that 2v1, made this round look impossible for FULLSENSE to really do anything, unfortunately. Now, Economy once again gonna be on the back for Jinny with a hero Bulldog to try and do some damage, but RRQ, they seem to hold all the cards in spades. They also have that thrash, like you mentioned, from that last round, so they could use that to take up all of that space right off the bat.
Haze, though, is not what FS is gonna get this time. Alyssa forced to move away. They do take that first kill already, and I think, of course, with the orb control, quite easily to get. With the ult coming in, especially from Nabsky, they would know exactly where the players of FULLSENSE are. They could hyper-rotate on this and reposition themselves, or maybe even hit B.
Hitting B seems to be the call. You can see the squadron lying in wait here. Sheriff trying to find that damage early on, but a beautiful Dizzy to catch Molly out in the open. Still though, FULLSENSE, they're able to find a couple of kills for themselves at the very least. It's still gonna be a 1v3 at the end, and Best shuts Alyssa down. RRQ now at 11, 2 rounds away from sealing in their spot in that grand final, and FULLSENSE, they gotta be feeling the pressure here. Once again, they're finally gonna be having their own full fight come in, and this is their last chance off because they don't have any more second shots, and this is the lower bracket, and they gotta win this map to keep themselves in the tournament.
It's only just 1 point away from the match point here on the side, or even a series point for RRQ. Seekers already available. Trash still there, not used up from the previous round. Very comfortable utility play from RRQ's side, but an Odin has been pulled up in the hands of Baby TZ here. They do have a Nightfall as well. That is being used right now. This showstopper, will it connect to anyone? That's gonna be the question. It almost is done with its timing, but no one to be found, or no one to be found here onto A main. They move further away from the site. It's still that post plant again from RRQ. They already positioned themselves.
Ready for the Jacob Seven's best already, being able to spray down and find 2 kills before she gets shut down. Still go FULLSENSE, they're able to bring it down to a 3v3. Now Thrash to come out here, not gonna really connect with any of the players, so that's still an advantage found. You do see the push attempt coming out of FULLSENSE as the defuse comes in here, but still, it's gonna come down to the 1v1 at the end of it. Nabsky, holding on for dear life, finds the kill, denies the defuse, and RRQ, they get to match and series point, just one round away from a rematch with the likes of SMG. They are so close to the likes of greatness. They can almost taste it here, and it's a fitting story if you think about it, because last year it was an elite that Sapphire took down the same core of RRQ under AECL to qualify for that championship. Now it's their chance to kind of find revenge and lock them out of a second chance to qualify for Sao Paulo this time. So definite full circle moment here that's going to be coming for Kaguya.
Tables have turned indeed. Still not yet sure though. For FULLSENSE, they have to have that 7 perfect rounds for them to take the tie and make it to overtime. But that is 7 perfect rounds. And for the meantime, RRQ, especially with the micro decision and specifically for Nabsky going in that smoke, allowed her to really secure that no one's defusing the spike. You don't need to, you can just come down. And Aluka surviving for the best of it, at least for the time being. Anyway, this might be either the last round that we're looking at.
Could be. Definitely could be the last round, and you can see FULLSENSE playing a little bit more aggressive. Polly with the paranoia to try and buy a little bit more time. Will put down the dark cover as well to make a one-way around that door angle. A lot of split being put down here. Still, it's going to be a Yumi to satchel through the door and find that opening through onto Polly here. That's going to be Alyssa to find the trade, but still RRQ, they keep their numbers in their favor.
30
Oliver
seconds left.
on site, advancing with the spike, looking to get it down. Showstopper popped. Muffin finds the kill, but still again a Yumi there for the kills, and now it's just gonna come down to Muffin. She can't do anything. Completely denied on every front. It's gonna be RRQ to find the 2-0 to make it forward to the grand finals for a rematch against Team SMG. They take it in dominating fashion to boot on both of these maps.
RRQ survives yet another matchup here in our brackets. And Zach, to think of it, they've had 2 best of 3 series for today. They've went through a lot and a well-deserved win, and respect towards that wins as well. And as we see and as we say, tomorrow is gonna be another day. But GG's, of course, to FULLSENSE Sapphire. They've really stood tall, especially in this kind of scenario from all the way back. And at least for the time being, this time it's RRQ's time to shine. That anti-hero we were talking about definitely is there. The storyline continues. But so far, any last words before we actually turn it on to our panelists?
RRQ played out of their minds today. I think that they really went back to the drawing board, did some research. You could see a lot of these maps that in the past that they looked a little bit weak on, they really improved their standard. Like Lotus, for example, we saw it only a couple of days ago in that upper bracket against the same FULLSENSE, and they just looked so much more confident. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what this team is going to cook up in that grand final tomorrow, especially if you consider that it's going to be Ineri on SMG playing against her old team in RRQ. But that's, like you said, that's for tomorrow. Today, we still have our wonderful panel to break things down for us. So at least for the last time today, Reirachu, it's all yours.
Thank you, ladies. With that, FULLSENSE Sapphire's bid to Sao Paulo comes to a full stop. They were our region's representatives for last year's Game Changers, and historically, the gatekeepers of RRQ in Game Changers. APAC 6 and 1, I believe, was the 7 times that these 2 teams met in favor of FULLSENSE Sapphire. But today, of all days, right when it counts, RRQ, show up.
It only takes one for, things to get going or maybe to spiral into something. Hopefully, FULLSENSE can still bounce back in their future endeavors. But as we mentioned, RRQ today was on something else. I feel like one of the biggest things that we have to highlight is how effective their pistols were. I think this was Ascent round number 2 where a full eco with 5 classics somehow dismantled an anti-eco round on a roster or on a composition at the time that was, again, on paper, very, very strong against weaker buys. But now on the second half of Lotus, I just feel like FULLSENSE just did not have enough time to adjust for RRQ. It seemed like that lucky number 7 for RRQ on both sides really was in full effect.
Yeah, and absolutely, talking about the pistol rounds as well, because they were such a problem for FULLSENSE Sapphire today. And you're talking about Ascent over in map number 1, right? They lost round 1, they ecoed on round 2, and managed to win that one with the 5 classics. Nabsky, of course, nabbing that, I think, double or triple kill in the first half. Second half in the pistol round as well was where Nabsky got her ace that time. And when you think of pistol, right, you think aim difference, but that's not something that you expect to see when it's FULLSENSE Sapphire and RRQ, because both of these squads have such cracked out aimers, and you just don't expect that the pistol round is going to be so overwhelmingly in favor of RRQ. But looking at more of the stats, we've got 5 out of 5 of post plans for RRQ. Just harking back to what you were talking about this time around, just how we were playing those out. At 5 out of 8, it's okay for FULLSENSE Sapphire also, but 11 first kills going to the side of RRQ Kaguya. I think the second half, FULLSENSE Sapphire, they just look like they didn't have an answer to what RRQ were bringing out.
Exactly, and RRQ, another thing that I feel like I haven't highlighted enough is how they've been playing around their utility. And granted, that sounds super obvious, but the way that they've been handling their ults and just how they've been shuffling through, as I mentioned, their ultimates in rounds where their buys would be weaker, has just been super, super smart. One thing that Aluka has been doing with Brash is that she's been trying to close the distance, so there's an extra target and potentially another free kill for her teammates to kind of close the gap on, and so on and so forth. I think the way that they played, especially in the second series, and how they recovered from a little bit of a mental stack overload against their opponents in the first series, was really, really something to admire. Because again, you talked about stamina, you talk about the potential fatigue that these teams have to go through, especially on back-to-back endeavors like this one.
100%. And it's kind of apples or oranges, right? Like, you're never really sure which way it's going to go because, we're saying for RRQ Kaguya, they had to play 2 series. Have you never heard that phrase before?
No, I mean, like, why can't we like both apples and... But you know what? That's fine. Don't worry about it. Go continue your point.
It's a figure of speech.
I know it is. It's just in my head. It's like, why can't you like enjoy both?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep. But going back to the point, right? It was that RQ Kaguya, they are coming off of this afternoon series. They had to get through SCYTHE and WJ earlier on in the day to even make it into this lower bracket final, because you get dropped down in the double elimination. That's the way that works. But yeah, FULLSENSE Sapphire, we might have thought that this would be a 2-1, but I would never have predicted a 2-0. I think there's definitely an argument for FULLSENSE winning, for RRQ winning, but never would we have thought that it would be this 2-0. But that is the tournament schedule that we've played out in the last 6 days here at Game Changers Pacific, and it's all down to tomorrow's last best of a 5 series between SMG and RRQ to see which of these 2 teams will be our region's representatives in Sao Paulo, Brazil. But I mean, the fact that we very nearly could have, had FULLSENSE in the final, we could have even had SCYTHE in the final, I think it just speaks volumes about the depth of the squads that we're seeing here in APAC for Game Changers for this year. Is just very heartening to see.
That's absolutely true, and I'm already thinking of how this matchup is gonna be like for RRQ, because I feel like their biggest enemy today, or at least on rounds where they got snowballed on, was just the hesitation on the side of RRQ on how to help and what to prioritize first. Against SMG tomorrow, I think that's going to be a bit of a problem, because we've always touted SMG as the raid boss, the final boss of APAC. So to see RRQ evolve again in such a short amount of time is, in my opinion, going to be such a treat. And tomorrow, I feel like, would be incredibly competitive if that were the case.
I really want to see Sunset in tomorrow's series, but I mean, SMG just absolutely, they are the main characters of Game Changers here in APAC. But talking about the main character energy, I think RQ have been stepping it up. They've been bringing it. I would not have expected them to practice Sunset, whip it out just in the most crucial matches in the most crucial series of their career this year. I mean, the gall of this team to do that. So I don't know, man. I hope that we get all 5 games, all 5 maps in tomorrow's series, because we've seen a couple of 3-0s, 3-1s when it gets to the final. Hopefully Elite will be different, and hopefully tomorrow will be different. But hearts go out to FULLSENSE, to Sapphire, of course. They ended 2nd in Open 2, 3rd in Open 3. They really did look like they had a very convincing bid this time around in Elite. They had Alyssa brought in as well just a few weeks weeks ago after Margot announced that she was retiring. So, I mean, you can see what they were trying to do, right? They very likely hope to recreate last year's X10 success right on Elite. That was what got them to Berlin last year, but very unfortunately going to fall short. But I'm just glad that we were able to see them this entire year.
That's true. I mean, I still remember the first study session about how SMG would fare, you know, especially when Sapphire and RRQ were already the set juggernauts of the scene. But you know what? Here we are, almost at the tail end of our game changer. So it's been quite a ride.
Almost, and what a ride it's been, guys. That's it from us for day number 6 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. After 6 long days of competition, finally down to the last 2 teams. From Raph and I on the desk, and your casters Tayrawr and Zahk from today. Thank all of you so much for tuning into the broadcast. And if you'd like to find out who is going to represent Pacific in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and of course you want to find out, why wouldn't you want to find out, then guys, we'll see you back here again tomorrow.